Like what you see, help out. If not, vote for the other person. I just spoke at Dartmouth on health care at the medical school, or not, I guess I wasn't actually on the campus, but the people from the medical school were at the, I want to be clear, I'm not going nuts. I'm not sure whether it was a medical school or where the hell I spoke, but it was on the campus. I want to thank Rich Fitzgerald, the county executive, for Allegheny County executive, for being here. And I propose, and I'm going to digress slightly. We're in a situation. The president asked me to head up a cancer moonshot.
President Biden, just to be clear, would you or would you not rejoin the TPP? Yes or no?
I would not rejoin the TTP as it was initially put forward. In Guatemala, El Salvador, and to win and say in Honduras and say, look, I know I'm called middle class Joe. It's not meant as a compliment. Means I'm not sophisticated. And there's an area where there's an important difference between this and there's an important difference between the candidates. I'm running. The country wasn't built by Wall Street bankers, CEOs, and hedge fund managers. This guy is moving to just foment hate. The price for whatever the drug costs are. Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it, it's so much. And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years. Every single solitary person qualified in community college, increasing the number of 6 to 9 million people. If you like your employer-based policy, you can keep that policy. If you agree with me, go to Joe 30330 and help me in this fight. Pick up your phone. Now, send a text to the word United to the number 30330 or 303-330 or 300. Wait. You got it. Stop it back there. Now he's feeling the pressure of an economy that's teetering on a recession. To say that LGBTQ people have no civil rights. And immediately changed the law in the state of Delaware protecting transgender people. I took on Putin in terms of Iraq. In terms of what was going on in Ukraine. My long friend, time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life. It will cost 1/30. 1/30. Costs a lot of money. Almost $740 billion is what I want to do. Not $30 trillion. Not $30 trillion. Among many qualified people, I'm the best qualified person for this job. And the reason is not just to help people who have or in fact are like to get Alzheimer's. Because think of what's been adopted. Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. That all changed for the Republican friends in the late 80s when they adopted Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. We find ourselves in a position where you're in a circumstance where we've adopted Milton Friedman's notion conservative economists. Now, if in fact you are in a position, what was the case? You worked for Jimmy. That's why we're so special. It took courage. It took resilience. They know who we are. We have to let them know who we are. We can do it, and it's going to take billions of dollars to do it, and we can afford to do it. We can't afford not to do it. Cut in half the number uninsured of the Asian American Pacific Islander community. Cut in half. Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them. Well, President Trump and the demagogues around the world, Donald Trump is re-elected. So people are figuring out there's not a damn thing we can do. We can't really set our mind. The single most stressed I was asked to speak to the American Psychiatric Association, to go over to the University of London to speak to the World Psychiatric Association. It's interesting, I just spoke to the International Society of Psychiatric International Organization of Psychiatrists over in London because
But this is not a Republican talking point. The Republicans are trying to kill Obamacare.
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future. Now we have $1.6 trillion worth of loopholes in the law.
But I never thought that I'd see what I saw at Charlotte. You know, I came home from law school. Avoid having an excuse to walk by the deal and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to do boom, boom, boom. If we just were to reinstill the cafe standards. And I think Secretary, excuse me, I wasn't a press going to say I'm downgrading by calling him Senator Booker. The fact is that the bills that the future president here, that the senator's talking about, I was the one that suggested to the president, President Obama, I don't want to confuse presidents here. Look, we provide a Medicare option. That's exactly what Rock and I talked about in the beginning.
Get it through, though.
So I couldn't tell anybody but Barack. He's one of my closest friends. Invaded another country and annexed a significant portion of it called Crimea.
Right.
He's saying that it was President, my boss, it was his fault. I got assault weapons banned for 10 years. It had to be reauthorized because of hanging chads in Florida. The last president said, no, I'm not going to reauthorize it. We need to work again with Canada and Mexico as neighbors, not as adversaries. Saks or Benettons or Nike or whatever in the market, in their places where the malls.
Donald Trump does pose an existential threat to this. It's not hypothetical.
We could put every one of them in school, cutting in half the cost of a four-year education. Why they do that?
I ran the what they call the moonshot, dealing with cancer, and something after that set up the Biden Cancer Initiative. And here's the point:
the conservative columnist, and they'd say, "You take my shotgun." I said, "I have three. I now have five because my son died, and I have three of his. I have 5 shotguns." So have a mechanism to control drug prices. You know, it's not. We're no longer using chemical-based things. All this thing is really with cancers and other issues relating to the immune system or bioorganic. And by the way, the idea that NATO,
The only people who entitled to rewards are stockholders.
ladies and gentlemen, he is deliberately and completely ignoring the legitimate authority of the Congress, and he's doing what he does with the complicity.
Stop trying to keep your workers organized.
It's about all these breakthroughs we have with the whole immune system. I want you to know, if you look at PolitiFacts,
We're no longer the wealthiest middle class in the world.
it means investing much more in medical research to conquer devastating diseases like cancer and addiction and Alzheimer's.
The opportunities are amazing. We are in a position to be able to lead the world like we've never been able to do it before.
I mean, they're not bad votes, folks. But guess what? I found that the secretary, we sat together in many meetings. There's things that are worth doing with China.
What presidents say matter. We also know we need teachers. My wife is a full-time teacher. Taught all during being vice president.
High-quality options. The public option will be available on my plan. We'll make sure it's not quality. We'll make sure it's only affordable. Quality is affordable. Not the end in themselves. This mischaracterizes my position across the board.
Not those of us running for president alone. Not just activists like you.
You know how many tax loopholes there are in the code now? 1 trillion, 640 billion. Eliminate one. How can a person dignity be maintained?
We choose truth over facts.
You ever heard a president of the United States talk about law enforcement like he does today? I oversaw, as the chairman of the Judiciary Committee a long time, the FBI. Look what he talks about. But we lead by the example of our power, not just the power, not just the example of power, but it's an example. We're out there, and it's what we say. By strengthening, we have to eliminate the funding gap that exists between minority white and majority white and non-white districts.
The fact of the matter is, I'm awfully sophisticated about why, how, and who built this country. Let me say this simply and clearly.
They're not national assets. Wall Street bankers, CEOs, hedge fund managers, no matter how good and decent they are, they're not the ones who built this country. That triumph of democracy and liberalism, of fascism and autocracy. When I got out of school, when Bobby Kennedy and Dr. King had been assassinated in the 70s, late 70s, when I got engaged. I'm going to publicly apologize for not being able to make it.
We don't even love them. That's who we are.
No other nation was founded the way we are. We hold these truths self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their creator. No nation has ever been founded on that principle. That was a time in the late 60s, the early 60s and 60s where it was drop out, go to Haight-Ashbury. We can do this by making sure that we're in a position that we, in fact, allow people. Time's up. I agree that everybody, once they, in fact, they should. Anyway, my time's up. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Vice President.
But here's the deal, folks. You know, well, I think it shouldn't matter where your race. We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. We can speak out and be more straightforward.
Senator Joe, I mean, but I mean, it's not about, I know you're supporting by saying booing, but look, here's the deal.
You don't have here in Miami, in Florida. You don't have it here, and that is, if you keep an audience, that's why I'll end the gag rule, the global gag rule, that prevents money from getting to NGOs. In terms of the Ku Klux Klan and white supremacy. And if we give Donald Trump 4 more years, we'll have a great deal of difficulty, if ever, being able to. I looked at it anyway. That's what I think my plan. I know what my plan does. Such as de-escalation studies have, there have been de-escalation studies. The reason I did what I'm doing is because there's an invasion of Hispanics. She has an expression. She teaches full-time and has taught full-time. She taught full-time as the second lady. She taught 15 credits a semester. She's never stopped teaching. She's going back in 2 weeks to teach as well, to continue to teach.
65 out of every 100 jobs today require training beyond high school. 65 out of every 100. $30 trillion.
It makes it far more durable, reliable, and powerful. Partnerships built on coercion. And Lisa, you have been a great friend for a long time. And your Paul son is remarkable. You know,
They also got that last year.
And for folks in the working class that are below 400, they will, in fact, increase their premiums. Will increase the generosity of the premium tax credit they now get. They go to school from a middle class or upper middle class, and having heard, the estimates are as many as 4 million more words spoken. You know, the next thing we got to do here along the line to report people's dignity, restore it. The most powerful military, not hyperbole, most powerful military in the history of the world. That's not hyperbole. Which we as a society talk about one another. The way we've always look. My wife, who is a teacher, she's teaching now. She's back in the classroom at a community college where she teaches in Northern Virginia. Things changed. You had over 40 kids shot in Kent State on a beautiful lawn by the National Guard. There are a whole lot of things, and guess what?
America didn't live up to that promise for most of the people at the time. The promise to people of color, for women.
Farm ownership and cooperating loan and operating loan. I remember sometimes when my dad was restless, my mom would say, because our rooms are next to one another, I'd say, next morning, what's wrong? I said, your dad can't sleep. He's just staring at the ceiling thinking, what happens? We have to start rewarding work, not just wealth.
The first speech stood up.
the former chancellor of Germany stands up. She says, we have to go it alone.
International leaders spoke about it. You had people like you had people like the former chairman and leader of the party in Germany. You had Angela Merkel stand up and say how terrible it was.
I mean, look, this is beyond the scope of anything remotely what we've seen before. We provide efficiency for appliances. That saves billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
Where an overwhelming number of families, ICE walks into a small Mississippi town and, in fact, arrests hundreds of workers. I was told when we were in office,
demanding that HIV/AIDS be designated, destigmatized and treated.
and that's why we need to make post-secondary education affordable, available, and training, reducing the crushing cost of student loan debt. What's not to like about Vermont in terms of beauty? What a neat town. This is sort of a scenic, beautiful town. We can't afford it by just eliminating, beginning to treat reward work as much as wealth. While Trump is pursuing a damaging and erratic trade war without any strategy, by the way.
Hello, everybody. We're back. How are you all doing? Finally, we're back. A decent amount has happened in the last 2 or so days. I, of course, was also on the QAA podcast yesterday, which is Tuesdays and Thursdays. So that was really good. That was like an average of 1,000 viewers on that one. So that was cool. We love to see it, folks, don't we? We love to see it. But I'm back here, of course, and I guess I can talk about the things that have happened today and yesterday. Yeah, it was a great stream. I'm glad the QAA boys are they're blowing up. I mean, in the metaphorical sense, unlike, anyways. Yeah, they got a lot of shit. They got blue checks. That's great. Very happy for them for getting the blue checks. Twitter didn't. I guess I'm a correspondent, they didn't, but very happy for them, for the blue checks. Very happy for the three. Not, didn't want me with the blue checks with Twitter, I guess. I guess Twitter didn't decide, but it's fine. I'm very happy for them. Yeah, which is cool. Yeah, Mike is on a 3 to 4K Andy now. That's crazy. Devil Sherry, thank you for converting your Prime to a Tier 1. Oh, is there any... Did I miss... Sierra, thank you for the gift sub. I think that's it. Let's see. Electric Meal, thank you for the 5 months. Yeah, if you subscribe at the beginning of the stream, then I'll read it out when I get here. Hassan had 1 million followers today. Yeah, I mean, the content is good. You can tell... The spectacle is working overtime when people want to show up, when people want to listen to what you have to say, to all the content, etc. I also have a bit of a name change. I have a pen name, which is Liv Agar. But that's I guess that's not even for Twitch. It's more for podcast, Substack, Medium, sort of philosophy stuff. So this is dumb or whatever. So it's Liv Vod is whatever you want it to be. It's just short,
All
you know,
cops are bad cops.
noticeable.
The year has gone by
A
so
continuation of the Liv posting stuff, so you know, so it's not confusing. Chubaroop, thank you for the year. We love to see it, folks.
All cops are bad cops.
Poya's
This channel
Panic?
is for
I
mature
think it was 7 months.
audiences. Finally.
Yes, the channel very for mature audiences. Extremely mature shit going on here. Speaking of dancing lizard, do we love the lizard, folks? Look at him, he's dancing. If there's a hype train to start off the stream, if you would like to contribute, we have 27 tier 1 emotes. They're all very cool. They're great stuff, folks. We love to see it.
All cops are bad cops.
M-Boy, thank you for
A
13
longer
months.
term than old Donnie Trump.
Says a lot about our society, even more than Trump. Yeah, if you have a Twitch Prime and you haven't used it, make sure to use it on me. If you have an Amazon Prime account, connect it to your Twitch account, and you give me a free sub. And that's cool. We love to see that, don't we, folks? There's been a couple things that have happened recently. And also, there's a new Trump has a new video he released or something. Am I right about that? I can't find it because he's like banned on YouTube and Twitter. Can someone link it? Is it boring? I heard that like all the Trump supporters are calling him a cuck for it. Okay. We can watch this after. Oh yeah, I have a new podcast coming soon, which is about a bunch of things. I pretty much written it all out. I was just going over it before I started the stream. It's like 7,000 word script. Half of it is premium, half of it is free. First part is about
Posting harder.
Jasmine Shanae, thank you for 3 months. And S Jill, thank you for your Bezos bucks. Where can you find it? Glad you asked. The premiums are on my Patreon, which I'm probably gonna change to Liv Vod, I guess. But for now, they're Liv posting, and then on like SoundCloud, Spotify, all that under Liv posting. The first type is about Zizek's idea of ideology. And the Capitol Hill protests, and Marx's idea of science and what it means, and a rereading of Marx's science to better fit the particular context. And the premium is about like a Deleuzean analysis of ideology and how it applies, basically. Yeah. Mehmet runs the White House Twitter thing. Is that, you mean the Ottoman Sultan who conquered Constantinople? That was what that tweet that's hard to decipher or whatever was about. Because I was trying to... I need to turn this down. I was trying to put Zizek in conversation with Deleuze. And Zizek has a book on Deleuze, so I was like, oh, awesome. Cool, I'll read it. And his reading of it is shit. It's like a very bad faith. It's like a Lacanian critique. Brace Belden. Why are people saying the word Brace Belden? What's Brace up to? Yeah, it's like a Lacanian critique of Deleuze, and where he says like, oh, you know, Brace Belden is Mehmet, right. That's what his Turkish name.
All cops are bad cops.
Posting harder.
Citizen Quinn, thank you for 3 months. Right, because there was that thing that was revealed that like there's some association with like Central Asian Turkic people and Ashkenazi Jews. Skrilla Gorilla, thank you for 200 bits. Lacan isn't a Freudian apologist. I view Lacan's project as trying to fundamentally alter, like, look at what is wrong with Freudian psychoanalysis, which is quite a bit. Wallertron, thank you for the 100 bits. And alter it. fundamentally change it so that, try to undo the sort of orthodoxy growing around Freud. Ironically, collecting his own orthodoxy in the process. And then why Lacan was so fond of Deleuze, and particularly anti-Oedipus, so Deleuze and Guattari, contra Zizek's reading, because Zizek is like, oh, Deleuze was good with logic of sense and with like affect. It was sort of Lacanian, but then the evil Guattari gets to him, and he goes off in this other direction that's bad. Contra that reading, Lacan's reading of it was like Deleuze and Guattari's critique of Freudian psychoanalysis was like quite good, and he was quite appreciative of doing a similar sort of thing to Freudian psychoanalysis, which is a sympathetic critique, trying to get to the root of the problems in Freudian psychoanalysis and dig out something that's useful. It's just, of course, Deleuze and Guattari are more radically critiquing them. So Zizek's reading is bizarre. It's like, I'm going to use this guy who doesn't think this thing to say that he thinks the thing. It's ironically the development of an orthodoxy around Lacan, the very thing he didn't want. Thought Lacan disavowed Deleuze and Guattari. He did not. I guess if you don't... K-State Nate, thank you for the 300 bits. Deleuze has an anecdote about it, that he was worried that was going to happen. That Lacan was going to disavow them. But then he didn't. He like summoned Deleuze and said like all of the orthodoxy developing around me fucking sucks. Every one of my students except Miller is a fucking bitch. Or Millet, I don't know how to pronounce that. What type of student I need is you. Is someone like you. Yeah, so it's ironic that, like, in attempting to... Lacan didn't like orthodoxy and didn't want an orthodoxy to build around him, and that's why he appreciated Deleuze so much, and Deleuze and Guattari, and their sort of reading of... You're the only one I heard of this story? It's an anecdote I found from Daniel Smith. 1995, shortly before his death, Gilles Deleuze was asked by French scholar Didier Eribon about his relationship with Jacques Lacan. Oh, thank you for the hype train, everybody. Miller? Miller? Miller is the one who Zizek actually studied under. Yeah, I asked Deleuze myself. I was there. I can read the quote. Lacan noticed me when he devoted a session of a seminar to my book on... thank you for the hype train, everybody, by the way. Sorry, I don't think I missed anyone, but... Lacan noticed me when he devoted a session of a seminar to my book on sachet massage. I was told, although I never knew anything more than this, that this is Deleuze's account of him meeting with Lacan, that he had devoted more than an hour to my book, and then he came to a conference at Lyon where I was then teaching. He gave an absolute unbelievable lecture. It was there that he uttered the famous formula, psychoanalysis can do everything except make an idiot seem intelligible. After the Congress, he came to our place for dinner, and since he went to bed very late, he stayed a long time. I remember it was after midnight, and he absolutely had to have a special whiskey. It was a truly nightmare that night. Podcast about List. Thank you for the raid. I hope the stream was good. Follow Podcast About List on Twitch if you do not. You guys are playing Lego Star Wars, right? We love to see it. We love to see it, folks. It's great. It's great. I played 12 hours of it on stream in a row, and I couldn't fucking get enough of that shit. I can't wait for the next I'm soy facing very hard about the idea of playing episodes 7, 8, and 9 in my favorite little Lego characters. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was reading the stupid Deleuze. I can finish this. My only great encounter with him, this is Deleuze talking about Lacan, was after the appearance of Anti-Oedipus. I'm sure he took it badly. He must have held it against us, Felix and me. But finally, a few months later, he summoned me. There's no other word for it. He wanted to see me, and so I went. He made me wait in his antechamber. It was filled with people I didn't know if they were patients, admirers, journalists. He made me wait a long time, a little too long all the same, and then he finally received me. He rolled out a list of all his disciples, and he said they were all worthless. The only person he said nothing bad about was Jacques Galambulaire. It made me smile because I recalled, this is a long fucking quote. Because I recalled Binswanger telling the story of a similar scene. So Lacan was speaking, and everyone was condemned except Miller, and then he said to me, "What I need is someone like you." So that's that. I'm sure none of you give a shit about, except 3 people. It sounds very gay. That's so true. Yeah. So basically, Lacan was like, I hate the orthodoxy growing around me, and Deleuze is cool as fuck. Anyways. Yeah, welcome postmodernism. Where is this from? I just closed it. I just told you. I can't remember. It was an interview right before he died. Yeah, but French guys love kissing each other. They do it all the time. Have I told you guys of that story of Croatians to Croats to greet each other, they kiss twice on the cheek, and then Serbs, to show how orthodox they are, they, instead of doing it twice, they do 3 kisses on the cheek. This is as a result of the Yugoslav Civil War. So it's I kiss my homies 3 times instead of 2, just to show how orthodox instead of Catholic I am. It's awesome, incredible. Serbs are an incredible people. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, I guess we're watching the Trump interview. I guess we have to. Dutch people do that as well. That's hilarious. Yeah, Europeans love kissing each other on the cheek. But in love kissing their homies on the cheek. Okay. Anyways, let's do it.
I want to speak to you tonight about the troubling events of the past week. As I have said, the incursion of the U.S. Capitol struck at the very heart of our republic.
Because again, he can't do a coup. Coups don't happen when someone is don't do a coup for me.
And appalled millions of Americans across the political spectrum.
Incursion.
I want to be very...
I think Travis View yesterday was using the word raid. Raid is good, especially because of the Q shaman. It's like a barbarian.
I unequivocally condemn the violence that we saw last week. Violence and vandalism have absolutely no place in our country and no place in our movement. Making America great again has always been about defending the rule of law.
It's always been about
supporting the men and women of
way.
law enforcement and upholding our nation's most sacred traditions and values. Mob violence goes against everything I believe in and everything our movement stands for. No true supporter of mine could ever endorse political violence. No true supporter of mine could ever disrespect law.
There still will be violence as a result of Q shit, especially when Trump leaves.
All cops are bad cops.
But it is a result of fatherly abandonment. Their ruler leaving them and saying I don't give a fuck about you guys. Suck my dick. I'm trying to save my skin. This shit has gone too far. TRTY. Thank you for the tier 1.
Law enforcement or our great American flag. No true supporter of mine could ever threaten or harass their fellow Americans. If you do any of these things, you are not supporting our movement. You are attacking it, and you are attacking our country. We cannot tolerate it. Tragically, over the course of the past year, made so difficult because of COVID-19, we have seen political violence spiral out of control. We have seen too many riots, too many mobs, too many acts of intimidation and destruction.
Anti-fascist Donald Trump, question mark?
Whether you are on the right or on the left, a Democrat or a Republican, there is never a justification for violence. No excuses, no exceptions. America is a nation of laws.
Which again, he's doing this because he like is fucked. Like he's like, well, I'm sure his lawyers are like, you gotta condemn that shit, or you're fucked.
Those who engaged in the attacks last week
Because he only cares about
will be
himself. He
brought to
doesn't give a shit.
justice. Now I am asking everyone who has ever believed in our agenda to be thinking of ways to ease tensions, calm tempers,
It's all about good
and
vibes,
help
folks.
to promote peace in
Just
our
chilling
country.
out.
There has been reporting that additional demonstrations are being planned in the coming days, both here in Washington and across the country. I have been briefed by the U.S.
My camera's
Secret
been upset
Service
too. It always is.
on the potential threats.
When is it
Every
not,
American
folks?
deserves to have their voice heard in a respectful and peaceful way. That is your First Amendment right. But I cannot emphasize that there must be no
I think they're gonna
violence,
convict his ass.
no law breaking.
I said this before.
And no vandalism of any kind. Everyone must follow our laws and obey the instructions of law enforcement. I have directed federal agencies to use all necessary resources to maintain order. In Washington, D.C., we are bringing in thousands of National Guard members to secure
You know
the
to
city.
convict a sitting president? It's impossible to convict a sitting president. Or you mean impeachment conviction? Like, will the impeachment pass through the Senate? I think it will. No, I think they're gonna do it. I think they're gonna lock his ass up. I said this. I bet my friend $5. I think this is the exception. I think that like the insurrection charge, all the libs will make an exception.
And ensure
I believe
that
it.
a transition can occur safely and without
I believe it,
incident.
folks.
Like all of you, I was shocked and deeply saddened by the
I think
calamity
it's gonna happen.
at the Capitol last week.
It doesn't matter
I want
meaningfully.
to thank the hundreds of millions of incredible American citizens who have responded to this moment with calm, moderation, and grace. We will get through this challenge just like we always do. I also want to say a few words about the unprecedented assault on free speech
Oh
we
yeah,
have
let's do a
seen
poll.
in recent
All
days.
cops are bad
Oh,
cops.
here we go.
These are tense
Leon
and difficult
Grotsky, thank you for the
times.
tier 1.
The efforts to censor, cancel, and blacklist
Am I pro
our
growth?
fellow citizens are wrong.
Are you asking me if
and
I'm
they are
degrowth?
dangerous.
Because degrowth,
What is needed
contextualizing
now is
degrowth is
for
like
us to listen to one
anti-growth
another,
is actually
not to silence one another. All of
Not
us
fully.
can choose by our actions to rise above the rancor and find common ground
he's
and
just
shared purpose.
cooking them.
We must focus
It's
on
true.
advancing
He doesn't
the
give a fuck.
interests of the whole nation, delivering the miracle vaccines, defeating the pandemic, rebuilding the economy, protecting
Yeah, I mean, he's throwing them under the bus explicitly. So again, it's so funny every time it's very clear. There's a very clear indication that Trump can't take over. He can't, he has no coherent plan to like overthrow the election or overturn the results. Libs are still like, but he's about to take over. It's this weird paranoia that comes as a result of like the imprinted existential threat that Trump represented to them for 4 years, that it's like, well, he can't just go away. Like he's like the big other, so to speak. It's this weird, I don't know, anyways. It's not, he's done. He's fucked. Trump is fucked. Worry about Biden. All the fucking libs that are like totally buying the NatSec line, the national security line of like, oh, we just have to, the main threat to America is now internal terrorism. So we're going to do another war on terror, except just to American citizens. That's right, folks. The fascistic surveillance apparatus is not gonna look outside. It's gonna turn inwards. A boomerang effect, so to speak. It's so naive. War's coming home, baby. Most of you, 88% of you, 84%. That's better. 88 that's not a good number. 84% of you think that Trump is not going to jail. Well, you know, maybe you're all right, maybe you're all wrong. In the end, it sort of doesn't matter. Who cares? I don't, like, there's a position of, like, yeah, I want to see him suffer or whatever. It's like, I don't care. Whatever. Punitive justice is sort of dumb. And it never works, really. Anyways.
Consider all possibilities. I'm not against sending these people to Gitmo, and that may sound extreme. These are domestic terrorists who attacked our own republic. They should be treated the same way we treat Al Qaeda.
There we go. War on terror, baby. It's coming back.
Her father, that famously funded Al Qaeda, was photographed with the heads of them in Al Nusra in Syria just 5 years ago. Her father is now in hell.
I did not expect that to be an Alex Jones video. That is... heartbreaking. You know, insert onion thing. The shit about him being photographed with Al Nusra, I'm going to assume is incorrect. But, that's very funny. Oh yeah, we have to... the Alex Jones Q Shaman interview is funny, but what's even better is the upcoming Q Shaman documentary. Q Shaman. Where is it? Fuck. Where's the link to that? There was a trailer that just got released for the Q Shaman doc. Fuck. Does anyone have a link to that trailer? I can't find it. Documentary. It's called Buffalo Man. That's it. Thank you. They were clearly shooting this like a while ago. Why can I not find it? Has it been like... maybe it's been like scrubbed from the YouTube search suggestion because it's like Q related. That would be super funny. Here we go.
My name is Jake Angeli. I'm the one that was in the Senate wearing the Viking horns and the face paint, and I'm the one that was sitting in Pence's chair.
The people sitting in the chairs need to be sitting in a jail cell.
If I get arrested, Gandhi got arrested a lot too, didn't he? I did not destroy any property. I did not vandalize. I walked through the open door boldly, without fear. I didn't do anything wrong. It's public property. That's my Capitol building.
They found a profile that says you went to an acting school, so they think this whole thing is just an act.
If you can get me some acting work, you let me know, okay? Because I didn't get any acting work.
Honestly, I will say the Q Shaman is a bizarre individual. Like, he's not grifting. We can watch, we watched this yesterday, cause the QAnon Anonymous guys have already, like, interacted with him, cause he shows up to, like, every Trump protest. New Kush blog. Did we watch this? I think we watched this already. And they, like... had some sort of 10-minute, like, not interview, but just, like, video of him explaining his beliefs. Like, he's just a really weirdly spiritual guy who got, like, sort of oddly sucked into this, like, far-right movement. Who is, like, there's no video. He's never raised his voice at anyone. He's very, like, relaxed. Oddly a gentle soul.
What are we calling the guy with the horns on his helmet?
I'm calling him an eccentric and a shaman.
You keep interrupting me.
Look, he's being nice to Alex.
You're lying! Because everything out of you people's mouths
shamanism doesn't make any sense.
Oh, there's energy. Oh, communism!
as like a
I will not suffer
collective.
your Q people after this.
The name he uses is Jake Angeli.
Jake Angeli.
Jakey Angeli.
Jake Angeli, who is known as the Q Shaman. Absurd? Yes.
What are flying saucers? I've been a part of the Navy's Super Soldier program, the highest level of intel to ever be dropped publicly in the history of the world.
I've incarnated several times and died in battle.
Hey man, you mess with the buffalo, you get the horns, bro.
The eccentrics that make the headlines, that are social media viral material that spread like wildfire.
When I first started working with Q, I thought Q meant Quincy Jones.
All cops the only way to save the world is actually to get this information
Ninja Rab,
out
I
to
think
the
of the
world.
year.
We're trying to monopolize all the resources
Exodus
and all the labor in our
modules,
country.
I was
gonna run for the presidency. Take out the UN. We can go to
My Discord's better than the
Jupiter
Suns.
if we
So
want
true.
to.
Sedition may be a charge.
I hear the FBI is looking for information.
Oh, peace, Jars. How's it going?
about me.
Thank you for the 3 months.
Spoken to him, and I really need to speak to my son.
Yeah, I talked to the FBI. It's all good.
Did they call you?
No, I called them.
Should I be talking to the FBI without a lawyer?
I talked to them for a length of time, and everything seemed to go well.
What is going on here?
Our elected officials or traitors literally sold us out to foreign nations. I had no hesitation whatsoever in walking through those doors, and I did not feel like I was doing anything wrong at all. In fact, I felt like I was doing what was right, what was needed.
Which I just read him as sort of an idiot. Essentially. He's not yeah. Like Q Shaman is a very fascinating figure. I swear to God, like I don't know, what is he being charged for? Because he's currently in like jail. He was denied his organic food, and then he was allowed to have organic food. I don't know what are they? Is it like trespassing or something? Like if he gets out, he could totally fucking grift, or he could do something. He literally called the FBI first. Yeah, he called them. He's like, "Is there a problem? Is there an issue?" They were clearly shooting this for a while, for like quite a long time. Yeah. And so it's just like a absolute coincidence that he became this like massive thing. Yeah, I mean he's already a millionaire? I don't think so. Well, how is the Q Shaman made money? He just sort of shows up to rallies and then does his little like singing thing. That's about it. I mean, he could grift. There's a weird like I feel like he is sincere though. It's very strange. I mean, he could fucking grift very easily. What else? There's a couple other things that I have prepared. These two things are crazy, I will say. This and this. Attacking the Capitol Hill. Here insurrectionists talking about the plan.
What's the floor plan? That door. There's a door to the right. That's a cop. Going down the stairs, back looping around, door beneath us. That's you. We're gonna get over.
Like they were toured around the Capitol before it happens.
Doors already open. We just need a plan. We need enough people. We need to push forward. Okay. Door right here. Not going that door. Downstairs.
Oh yeah, the floor plans are like accessible.
Hey guys, I've been in the other room. Listen to me. In the other room on the other side of this door, right here where these feet are standing, there is a glass that if it's broken.
Oh no, this is during the protest.
Underneath it. There's also two doors.
Chain Rio, thank you for the comments.
One at the rear and one to the right when you go in. So people should probably coordinate together if you're going to take this building. We got another window to break so they can in and out easy. And this window here in the lower room needs to be broken. Yeah, what's here?
I guess this doesn't actually matter much. This is weird though. I will say I have no way of explaining this. That every panic button in her office, Anna Presley, the whole unit had inexplicably been removed ahead of the attack. Rena Ramon, thank you for the 100 bits. Maybe there will be some shit that comes out about this, but I am very curious as to like. Yeah, it probably just like the cops, I guess. Who were like in on it, who wanted to help, cause they let people in. That's probably the best explanation. Routine maintenance, something like that. Yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah, but yeah. I want to see if there's any update to this, just out of a personal curiosity. This is also very funny. Kushner stopped Trump from joining Parler and Gab after Twitter ban. Because he's a posting president. He just wanted to post. That's really why he's condemned the protests and all that. And said, like, do not do violence, do not organize as a result of this. Do not try to oppose the results. Because they took away his ability to post. That's his one thing. His raison d'etre. The reason he lives is to post. And they took it from him. Yeah. Here's another video.
All cops are bad cops.
Doing Doink HR. Thank you for the tier one. Oh, the Jake and Jelly post. I'm a shamanic practitioner and energetic healer. I've been on the shamanic path for over a decade. I have numerous different capabilities and gifts at my disposal. Most shamanic practitioners do not feel right about accepting currency for their services. However, given the nature of my current socioeconomic system, my low and reasonable fee is $33 per hour for any one of my services. It is my hope that this price is high enough to show that I am the real deal, but also enough to allow to help people. I have numerous different services, and in all whom I may serve. If a combination of services is something that is very funny. I guess that's how he lives, is being a shamanic practitioner. He's got a lot of services, folks. Many services, many different services. Look, for a real shamanic practitioner, $33, that's, you know, look, it's a steal. What can we watch? Well, I'll just watch this.
By now, we've all seen
This
what
is somewhat
happened at
related.
Capitol riots on January
He's like a lib, of course, but he knows the law.
6th. And we now have a
Actually, this is important because it was the question of, like, is Trump getting charged or whatever. Guess who actually knows
pretty good
how the law...
idea
I don't
of
fucking
what
know the law
precipitated
works.
those events. The House is moving forward with impeachment, and articles of impeachment are likely to pass. Though at this
I honestly, again, I think he's going to get impeached, and also that it's going to, like, pass through the Senate. It's definitely going to pass through the House. But they're going to remove his ass. Oh my god, is this real? Pray for a real one. Get better soon, King. Sag.
this point, it's unclear at what point the Senate will take up the articles of impeachment and actually try the president. And that could last well
It already
into
passed the House? Oh, well, there you go.
President.
Yeah, McConnell supported it, right? Like, there was going to be enough Republicans that are like, well, this looks bad. I don't want to deal with this. That vote for impeachment in the Senate.
Elect Biden's first term. But what we do know is that based
At
on
least
the
10 Republicans joined the Dems in the House. And they didn't need it, right? They didn't need those, so...
drafts of the impeachment articles that we've already seen, it looks like article number 1 will be charging President Trump with incitement to riot. Now, incitement to riot is an actual crime, but it also has a colloquial meaning as well. So the question is President Trump guilty of an incitement to riot? Hey, Legal Eagles, it's time to think like a First Amendment lawyer because President Trump is facing serious allegations, specifically with respect to incitement to starting...
Oh, yeah, with just a majority, he can't run again? Well, that's definitely going to happen, which is the only thing that really matters. Like, if he's not able to run again, then Trump 2024 is not a thing.
They're fomenting a riot. Now, incitement has several different meanings. Incitement is actually a limit on free speech. It's something that's not protected by the First Amendment. And incitement is also an actual crime, generally codified in every state in the country.
So wait, so yeah, he's been impeached again in the House, and then he's charged in the Senate, and you need a 2/3 majority. Charging him simply removes him and doesn't allow him to run again? That's what would happen. And then if they have a simple majority, he can't run again. Am I understanding this correctly? Because I think they're going to get a majority. You think so? Okay.
And in federal law and the District of Columbia. And those criminal laws tend to hew pretty closely to the constitutional limit as defined by the Supreme Court. And of course, incitement is also a moral judgment that is apart from both its constitutional and criminal meaning. But let's take a step back, because when most people talk about incitement, they're talking about its basis in First Amendment law. And as you probably know, the First Amendment's protections extend to individual and collective speech, as one court put it, that are in pursuit of a wide variety of political, social, economic, educational, religious, and cultural ends. The Supreme Court, interpreting the First Amendment, generally protects free speech unless it falls within one of a few narrow categories of unprotected speech. Things that we define as true threats or sometimes incitement. The court applies different levels of scrutiny to different kinds of speech, and when the speech is of a political and ideological nature, the court considers it to be a core of the First Amendment. You can imagine that arguably political speech receives the most protections and the most benefit of the doubt when you're analyzing it under the First Amendment. And political speech almost always receives the highest level of scrutiny by the courts. In other words, the court is almost always trying to bend over backwards to protect political speech. So, what is incitement, this category of speech that is not protected? Well, in the landmark case of Brandenburg versus Ohio, the Supreme Court held that the First Amendment protects speakers who advocate the use of force or violating the law, except where such advocacy is directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action and is likely to incite or produce such action. That's the key test. The defendant in that case was Clarence Brandenburg, who addressed a gathering of Ku Klux Klan members in a field in Hamilton County, Ohio in 1969. A journalist recorded Brandenburg saying that he was concerned that the federal government was going to suppress the white Caucasian.
I saw the video of there was a part of it where he was like, yes, I do condemn the protests. I feel like the rest of it is just him going to be saying all the shit he usually says.
Asian race. He made derogatory statements against black people and Jewish people. He said that the Klan may need to get, quote, revengeance on the federal government if it continued doing things that he viewed as racist against white people. And Brandenburg said that Klan members were preparing to march on Washington, D.C. for July 4th.
Great content.
No problem, Andrew. Thank you for the 14 months. I can gift you further if you want.
Police arrested
the 14 months. We can't allow that founder badge to be lost.
Brandenburg for violating an Ohio law which made it a crime to, quote, advocate the duty, necessity, or propriety of crime, sabotage, or unlawful methods of terrorism as a means of accomplishing industrial or political reform. And he was convicted at the trial court level. Now, Brandenburg fought his conviction all the way to the Supreme Court, where he argued that the Ohio law was unconstitutional.
He doesn't even say they stole the vote?
At the time of Brandenburg's conviction, the court had been using the clear and present danger text to determine when speech constituted incitement. The Supreme Court unanimously actually overturned Brandenburg's conviction and issued a new test for all future restrictions of speech on the basis of incitement. And that test is what we just talked about. It's the imminent danger test. In other words, the imminent danger test is speech that's advocating violence and can only be punished where, quote, such advocacy is directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action and is likely to incite or produce such action. And in that case, according to the Supreme Court, Brandenburg's speech did not invite his followers to do anything except march on Washington, D.C. at a later date, which you can imagine is generally protected speech. Now, the Supreme Court continued to develop the imminent lawless action test in a case called Hess versus Indiana, where it overturned the conviction of an anti-war demonstrator in Bloomington, Indiana. There, the defendant, Gregory Hess, stood on a curb and yelled, "We'll take the fucking street again, or later." Now, I'm not going to bleep that out because that is the speech that's involved, and you can't understand these cases unless you know what's actually at issue in these cases. But the court said that Hess's speech could reasonably be construed in a number of different ways. Maybe he was advocating illegal activity later, but certainly not imminently. Or maybe he was trying to tell the crowd to stand down. In either case, his arrest infringed on his First Amendment right to speak his mind. Now, the Brandenburg test was also not satisfied in a 1982 case involving the NAACP's practice of writing down the names of people who violated boycotts of certain white businesses. The organization would read the names of the people who broke the boycotts allowed at meetings. And although one of their members said that, quote, if we catch any of you going in any of them racist stores, we're going to break your damn neck, the court held that the statement was not a direct threat or an incitement to violence. In that case, there was no evidence that the man, quote, authorized, ratified, or directly threatened the acts of violence. Now, although there haven't been a whole lot of other incitement cases, a 2015...
Wait, did Baked Alaska, that was a Freudian slip, snitch on all the rioters to the FBI? That's very funny.
Case bears mentioning. In Bible Believers versus Wayne County, a divided full panel of the Sixth Circuit, which is one step below the Supreme Court, ruled that Wayne County, Michigan officials...
You can go a couple ways with that one. Either I'm like pro FBI and pro telling on people, or I'm pro Baked Alaska.
Violated the First Amendment rights of a Christian evangelical group.
I guess, yeah,
when
he's
they
still
removed
free.
them from an Arab festival.
Well, there you go.
The police removed the group to protect them from an audience that was hostile to the group's views. The Christian group made statements like, Islam is a religion of blood and murder, or turn or burn, or your prophet is a pedophile. The evangelical Christians walked through the angry crowd, and although they were the ones being assaulted, the cops kicked them out, punishing them for their speech rather than punishing the crowd for breaking the law. Now, this case was about whether the First Amendment protected unpopular speech, and it clearly does, but it also touched briefly on the incitement doctrine. The court emphasized that, quote, the hostile reaction of a crowd does not transform protected speech into incitement. This is what is often referred to as a heckler's veto. And here, the words that the speaker said weren't advocating violence or crime, they were expressing an opinion that another religion was violent. And while potentially offensive, this was still considered protected speech.
We're not here to cause a problem. It's just when we talk about Jesus, this is what happens.
And in a different case, the Sixth Circuit relied heavily on the Bible.
Absolutely at awe at what this guy looks like.
Considered protected speech.
We're not here to cause a problem. It's just
Absolutely
when we
at
talk
awe
about Jesus, this is what happens.
And in a different case, the Sixth Circuit relied heavily on the Bible Believers case when they had to assess Trump's culpability for assaults that happened at one of his rallies.
That's so cool.
Oh, what's that? President Trump was accused of incitement before? Yes, he was. If you thought the Capitol riots were an isolated incident, you haven't been paying attention. What happened is Donald Trump was actually sued in 2016 for starting a riot. On the election trail in 2016, he held a rally in Louisville. The rally was organized by his campaign. And during that rally, then candidate Trump said 5 times to have protesters removed.
Get him the hell out. Get him out. Don't hurt him.
In response, members of the audience assaulted, pushed, and shoved these people. A Trump supporter punched one of them in the stomach. 2 other Trump supporters participated in assaults, and the victims sued the perpetrators, and they also sued President Trump for inciting a riot at his campaign event.
So is Nick Fuentes still getting locked up? Is he getting the Baked Alaska treatment? Like, is he telling on people?
Now, Kentucky law makes it a misdemeanor to incite a riot. Quote, a person is guilty of inciting to riot when he incites or urges 5 or more persons to create or engage in a riot. Riot is defined as a public disturbance involving an assemblage of 5 or more persons, which by tumultuous and violent conduct creates grave danger of damage or injury to property or persons. Now, on appeal, the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that Donald Trump did not incite a riot by his words. Trump wasn't telling everyone to commit a crime. Why? Because the court reasoned he followed his statement with, get him out of here, but don't hurt him.
Don't hurt him.
So you could assume that he meant that the protesters should be ejected, but not that the tumultuous or violent conduct should be used to eject them and hurt them. Though you can see how highly context-dependent this is. This could also have been interpreted as a rhetorical apophasis or antiphrasis, where by raising the issue, even in the negative, he's actually implying the positive to hurt the bystanders and the protesters. Now, the Brandenburg Standard is closely tracked by the Kentucky statute. However, the court held that even if President Trump's conduct incited a riot under Kentucky law, the First Amendment would bar the claim. And that's because for speech to be outside of the protection of the First Amendment, it has to actually encourage violence or lawlessness. But like the Ohio Klansman case, the court found that Trump's speech did not encourage violence or lawlessness, even implicitly. The court distinguished between speech that tends to encourage violence generally and speech that advocated for listeners to take specific unlawful action.
That's interesting, actually. Because, I mean, it does show, like, the reason why the protesters did what they did was, like, in a lot of ways a result of sort of implicit assumptions, many of which were, like, unconscious. They weren't, like, active, weren't based on empirical judgments. but based on sort of a social milieu, particularly one related to QAnon and like the idea the storm is coming and that Trump has a plan. That runs implicitly for like a decent sizable portion of Trump supporters.
And here the court cited the Hess,
but yet doesn't make itself apparent in like the conscious thoughts and conscious commands of, let's say, Trump.
and Bible believers cases to make their point. Hess told his audience what he intended to do, but he didn't advocate for them to do anything. And in the Bible believers case, they were expressing their belief about the Islamic religion, but that didn't necessarily give the listeners the right to break the law because they were mad about it. And under First Amendment law,
I mean, maybe you could conceptualize this as this like ultra-fascism of a sort. But in an odd, ironic twist, the ultra-fascism functions less efficiently than like traditional forms of fascism. That people want to be ruled to such an extent, they desire this ruler that they'll make shit up. They'll go to their like sections of internet boards and develop these weird esoteric understandings of reality that place an individual as their ultimate ruler in a particular worldview that ruler doesn't even endorse explicitly. It's like, you know, you can track it with this sort of hyper-capitalism, hyper-fascism of sorts. They invented a fictional Trump and then acted according to that Trump. That's the weird element of this, in which it's like we're QAnon and that super fascism is like decentralized, because it's like almost an imminent tendency of the market and of capitalism. Deleuze explains this, I think, in a very interesting way, following from like Wilhelm Reich.
words generally,
How do I? Yeah,
can't be
essentially,
punished simply.
it's super fascism. I think that's what I like to call it. Anarcho-fascism in a weird way, yes, but obviously it's still fundamentally like based upon an authority figure, and if it was the thing I said before about how like the root structure is like this weird rhizome, but then it all of the connections fundamentally like join up into this tree, or into this like arborescent sort of top down. If you cut off the tree, then it stops functioning. But it's much harder to rip out the root. I guess that's how you could conceptualize it. Meaning, like, you know, the way that Reich and others understand fascism and explain it in the 20s and 30s in Germany or in Europe is that people desired to be ruled. They wanted it. They wanted a ruler. Like, sincerely desired it. It wasn't a trick. At some level, they wanted their world to repress their desires. Desire wants its own repression. That's sort of the, and that's an imminent quality of capitalism. They want a father, yeah, in the political sphere, and that we've gotten to such a sort of hyper-capitalist context that desire wants its own repression so much that you create these weird esoteric rules and theories that aren't even molded by the particular person that they are created around, like Trump. They do it themselves. It's like an imminent quality of the social sphere that people do this type of shit. Which makes it much harder to dictate and harder to control and harder to understand. Because, you know, traditional fascism, you look at the actions of the ruler. Daddy Dom Little Girl will make it political, implying that isn't political in the first place.
Because they tend to evoke a certain response in the listener. So with that in mind, let's look at what President Trump actually said on January 6th, right before the Capitol riots. Knowing what we now know about incitement and the Brandenburg test, let's apply it to President Trump's speech. President Trump used the word fight more than 20 times during his rally speech on January 6th. Was that incitement?
I can't, like, Majority Taylor Greene just promised Newsmax to introduce articles of impeachment against Joe Biden on January 21st. I mean, it's hard to tell to what level she's being cynical and to what level she really just fucking believes this shit. Because she does believe in QAnon. She does believe it. She believes it enough that she mentions it in context in which it's not beneficial, in which her staffers are trying to make her, like, not say that shit. Yeah, How does that make sense? Like, it's someone, as we talked about before, like it's a part of the people who desire to be ruled, but they're in office. How does that even?
Excitement? Well, the first question is, what did he mean by fight? Did he mean the crowd should actually fight, or was it a metaphor that they need to fight things in the abstract? Consider the statement,
And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
This sounds scary in light of what eventually happened, the storming of the Capitol that left at least 5 people dead. But he also doesn't say punch
Vamp
people or
Anthem
break
is
windows
great.
or fight the police specifically, or even fight Democrats
I have no
specifically.
sleep stuck in my head
He never
right
even
now.
said anything like he did in Kentucky back in 2016. Get him out of here. Instead, he says,
I don't know
We're
where
gonna
that came
walk down
from, but
to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women.
Here again, President Trump doesn't tell the audience to do anything but fight and cheer, which can be taken in multiple directions.
this is a good meme. This is Maoism. Sorry for being a Westerner. A Westerner. Some crimes can never be forgotten. It is weird. Some Maoists do this and some MLs do this. This weird sort of standpoint epistemology where it's like, if you are in the West, you cannot understand the social formation of China. You can't get it. Like, also, this is a science. It's a weird combination of like as a result of your social context, you are entirely unable to comprehend this foreign social formation, which totally runs against the point of Marxist science, which is like you use these basic economic categories to understand history, retroactively and currently. It's a funny, odd, like, anti-Marxism. Yeah.
In a democracy, in the context of an election campaign, it's pretty easy to view this as fighting to get elected and not giving up, regardless of what you think of whether the election in 2020 was run perfectly well or if it was fraught with fraud. You can imagine that this is sort of an abstract statement about
Jamie
what he
Warchief,
wants
thank
to
you for
be
your business
accomplished. And here, the Congress was actually meeting to finalize the election results. But what about this other phrase?
We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. Lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
It doesn't seem like he's advocating for specific violence or trying to encourage specific people to break the law, at least not based on the explicit text. Again, context matters, and there's certainly lots of subtext to read into this.
So I can
And
get
at the
my
time, the only
$5,
person that
maybe it
President
isn't.
Trump wanted to explicitly break the law was Mike Pence. But on the other hand, even though President Trump was advocating for something to happen that really couldn't happen, overturning Biden's election, he specifically says he wants his followers to march to the Capitol. And if we're at least looking at the literal meaning of President Trump's words, he's saying that people should march to the Capitol, which is a core First Amendment protected activity, generally speaking. But what about this?
But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help. We're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue.
Here, encouraging people to have pride and boldness is probably too vague to imply violence, especially when he also told them to be peaceful. And what it comes down to is that President Trump asked people to march on the Capitol. To his audience, President Trump's words are probably considered incredibly authoritative. The president said to go to the Capitol, so we're going to go there with him. And in fact, that's exactly what
New
happened.
video,
When
this
President
is a
Trump
week old. January 12th.
speech was over, they pretty much all marched towards the
All
Capitol.
cops are bad
But
cops.
still, President Trump didn't tell them to fight police or to storm the Capitol or to even trespass. On the other hand, context is incredibly important. President Trump started his speech at roughly 12 noon, and it wasn't until 12:30 that the crowds descended on the Capitol. By about 1 p.m., the crowds were already pushing into the outer barricades of the Capitol. Around 1:10 p.m., President Trump ends his speech, which includes the line, "We're going to the Capitol."
We're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania Avenue. and we're going to the Capitol.
And if you don't fight, you're not going to have a country anymore. Of course, his speech was given at the White House in the Ellipse, which is about 1.5 miles away from the Capitol. So you can imagine that a court might consider that this would be a reasonable cooling off period. That's a pretty far distance to travel on foot in terms of whether you're inciting a crowd to do something. But by 1:30, the crowd had moved from the White House to the Capitol. And by about 2:15, they had breached the Capitol itself and were on the inside with all of the Congress members. But things got a lot hairier at 2:24 p.m., with rioters actually inside the Capitol actively looking for members of Congress and Vice President Pence, presumably to do them great physical harm. President Trump tweets out, "Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones, which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth." But then President Trump follows that up at 2:38 p.m., stating via tweet, "Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful." Though shortly thereafter at 3:15 p.m., Ashley Babbitt is shot and killed, which is at the same time that President Trump tweets out, "I'm asking for everyone in the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful, no violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. Thank you." Now, by 4:05 p.m., President-elect Biden goes on TV to demand an end to the siege.
It borders on sedition, and it must end now.
And by 4:17 p.m., President Trump released his now famous TV address calling for calm, which he has later repudiated.
We have to have peace.
So this is a set of facts that honestly could go either way. Incitement is a kind of legal unicorn. It's much rarer than RICO or entrapment, and almost always, incitement is used to try to silence protected speech. But this whole situation comes about as close as you'll ever see to a true case of incitement. It really could go either way. But at the same
It could go either way, folks. The law expert.
same time, we are squarely looking down the barrel of generally protected political speech. And I think that if a court, especially the Supreme Court, were to look at the actual language here, I think they are going to look at this kind of case with about as much scrutiny as they're ever going to apply, and probably give the speaker of what is arguably political speech every benefit of the doubt, which makes a conviction for a criminal case of incitement extremely unlikely. But the question remains, does this mean that President Trump is off the hook because his words might not meet the actual technical legal standard for criminal incitement? Well, I'm here to tell you that that is merely the beginning of the story. It is not the end of the story, because impeachment and removal is always on the table. I've covered this before, so I'll only touch on this briefly. The legal standard for impeachment is in Article 2, Section 4, which says a president can be impeached.
Well, the specifics of the legal standard of impeachment don't matter because it's, you know, political. So who knows? Maybe I'd impeach him a third time if I could. That's very funny. No, it's not ironic. No, it's got to be ironic. No, he's got to be joking. That if this doesn't qualify, then nothing does? Oh, okay. Well, I guess we'll see then. I don't know. I maybe he won't go to jail. It said it doesn't matter. I guess the only thing that's actually significant. Can't believe Trump got suspended from Snapchat. I'm so fucking heartbroken. Yeah, I mean the main thing that actually has substance is, of course, can he run again? Although again, I don't think he would run again anyways. I think he's too old to run again, and he doesn't have, you know, he's tired. 4 years from now, he's at his own news network, maybe, something like that. He'll definitely grift his like remaining fans, and they are fans at this point, you know. Yeah. There are criminal hearings involving Trump. He'll be the only thing on a television screen for the next 4 years. Maybe not 4 years, but for the criminal hearings, it'll be like a massive thing, right? Yeah. Which is ironic, of course, that the way in which you make him not go away, as you know, is by trying him. If you just like impeach him and charge him and then leave him go, they'll probably go, whatever, make like turn Las Vegas into like Trumpville or something, where like Trump supporters can go on like a Hajj to support their king, their god emperor, and stay in one of his hotels or something. What's therapy? Thank you for 200 bits. Oh, is this Novara? Oh, cool. Yeah, we can watch this. Let's see. What is this? This is more British stuff. More British stuff.
And what about Article Amendment 25 of the Constitution? Do you feel that this president is fit to serve even for another few days?
Hey, Sham, how's it going?
I think the fitness that we should worry about is that of Joe Biden under the 25th Amendment. We know that he stumbles on his words incessantly. He appears to be in the early stages of Alzheimer, perhaps dementia. Having lived with 2 grandparents with it, it's very apparent to me to see. So I think if we're going
to... The peak of American political discourse is arguing over which one of the 2 primary dads in American politics is more senile.
Start talking about the 25th Amendment, let's be very careful what happens next.
I just got to put it to you finally. I know you're in Jupiter, Florida, but I think many British viewers in particular will think you are living on another very strange planet which has lost touch with right and wrong and political morality. What would you say to them?
Well, your quippy one-liners don't hurt me very much. And what I tell you is 70+ million Americans voted for President Trump. And those are people just like me, who have family that has served in the military, who paid for everything that we've ever earned in our life. I wasn't handed anything by anyone. And I am an American who has traveled all over the world and respects Great Britain and respects Australia and respects every corner of our world. I am the person who supports those who fight our wars and pay our taxes. So for you to call me anything less than a proper God-fearing, God-loving American who loves this country and loves our flag is shameful and disgusting.
Okay, Aaron Elmore, thank you for joining us.
All right, and we're moving on to the weather. That's very funny. Yeah, that's good stuff. What else? Oh, there's a new Kush vlog we can watch a bit of. Maybe we won't watch too much of it. Obviously these are streamed on the Chapo Trap House Twitch stream.
Scott,
so
who remembered much of his adult.
Oh.
Am I back on? Somebody call my phone. I guess you're supposed to stop it, but I don't know how. Am I back?
We'll see a bit of it. I won't watch all of it, so you can watch some yourself.
Oh my God, am I gone? I'm back. Okay, good.
Steel is thunder.
Sorry, somebody called my phone. So let's start talking about...
all cops are bad cops.
The stuff that's in the first chapter we read, Dying for Progress, which all boils down to a statistic that White points out, which is that throughout the 19th century, a time of America's rapid expansion, its economy exploded over the course of the 19th century. The average American got shorter, and this is screening out recent immigrants from, the benighted bogs of Ireland or the shtetls of Eastern Europe. Native-born Americans, over the course of the 19th century, got shorter, lived less, and had shorter life expectancies, and got frailer and got weaker. They literally got less healthy. They weren't thriving.
Baby. It's interesting how we see progress inherently as immediately leading a majority of people to live better lives and have better living standards, when in many contexts in which there is this sort of development to a higher form of social organization, it's predicated on a large system of force that for a lot of people, especially in the immediate context, is directly unpleasant and negative and leads to harm and death. The first example of this being civilization itself. that force was predicated, like to take someone who's like a hunter gatherer, and to force them on a particular plot of land to be a farmer is actually predicated on force. They don't decide to do that. It's not a decision that one makes. The living standards of an individual drastically go down as a result of being, you know, an agricultural serf or a slave, essentially, in, you know, like early civilization. It's true. I mean, I'm not an Anprim, but that would be funny if I was. Essentially, outside of infant mortality, the average living standard for someone in a hunter-gatherer society is like, I think it's in the 70s. And what happens in early civilization is that there's that same infant mortality, and in fact more, as a result of like diseases that come from animal husbandry, for instance, all of the plagues. The same results, in fact, even more mortality, except you don't get the health benefits of a hunter-gatherer society. It shrinks down to like 40. Yeah, 70. You can. That's an empirical measurement, which is life expectancy hunter-gatherer societies, and you know they don't count deaths before 15, which is a big if, of course. But early civilization, there was no difference. In fact, it was more infant mortality. And they only spent a couple hours a day, like foraging for food and producing the needs and requirements, as opposed to farming and agriculture, which is like in certain what's it called? In certain seasons is like a 12-hour a day task. Oh, is this like a clip you linked? Oh, is this Matt talking about impeachment? So that's another example you can see is the development of capitalism and the entrenchment of capitalism in like the frontier, for instance, in America. It's predicated on force. That's what civilization is predicated on, force. That's how the state develops.
Sucking on my titties like you wanted me, calling me all the time. That's fine. I pick the teachers of peaches. Bow, bow. Fuck the pain away. Fuck the pain away. Sucking on my titties and I wanna be bombing me all the time.
It's classic.
Did they do it? Did they impeach him? Did they do the impeachment?
Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about?
Him accountable. That's what really matters. I watched some of it. I watched the speeches.
Hold him accountable.
One, real uggos in Congress. Some of the ugliest people I've ever seen in my life. A couple of cuties, but by and large, beasts, hideous, just
unkillable. Thank you for the gift sub.
Also, just the stupidest fucking dullards. Just absolute, both sides, mouth agape. Losers, just dumbasses. Yeah. Like half of those guys look like panicky. They sounded like panicky auctioneers, or like they recited their speech in front of the mirror for an hour beforehand, and like were practicing all their stupid hand gestures. Pathetic. The losers, folks. The losers. But beyond that, one thing I did get is that accountability must be attained. We have to have accountability. The president must be held accountable.
I love holding people accountable.
The grim comedy of that is that the job description of the president is that they are not accountable.
Yeah, you can't be charged.
If people who reach that level of power and that level of criminality, which go together, are accountable to the system, then why would anybody who makes up its sinews take the job?
America is really a bizarre system insofar as like the president cannot be charged. The president cannot be charged for a crime while they are the president, which seems so bizarre. It's this weird like it's Hobbesian more than it is like Lockean.
And they need these people. They need the faces. So that president can't be held accountable. The very notion is absurd. The very notion, it's like holding a hurricane accountable. Can't do it. The title is a Peaches reference. Yes, remember those? Remember her from the Bush era? But apparently, whatever they vote, and I guess they're probably going to do party lines at like 4 Republicans voting for, so it's going to pass. And then it will be taken up, I think,
impeachment
in the Senate by McConnell like an hour before the inaugural.
If you want to watch the full one, it's on this.
They might I'm wondering, they probably won't do it. At that point, like they're essentially waiting like for the thing to calm down. One thing I will say that I feel like I'm being vindicated on, for everyone who says, you don't know what you're talking about, you've been wrong about everything, is that they've already said that there's going to be 20,000 troops in D.C. for the inaugural. They're bedded out. They're bunked up in the fucking Capitol right now.
Live ammo.
So they're going to be polite but firm. You had your little tantrum. Now, how do you feel? Bad? Still? Well, at this point, it's tough shit. Tough shit. We really cannot afford to be indulging you anymore. Sorry. But of course, that doesn't mean the end of stochastic violence. It'll only be the beginning. And at every level, as I have said and will say, it will be encouraged by the state security apparatus. And what fighting fascism will mean will be backing the Biden administration as they extend the war on terror domestically.
Fighting fascism by backing the war on terror is basically like, I hate all of the problems, but their causes, I love them so much.
That's it. That's all that will have. Like this impeachment thing, you can argue all day about why it's necessary, but who is this convincing? I mean, if it's about isolating the
we love to sow folks, don't we?
Rump from regular Americans who care about the country, shouldn't there be something for them to care about? And it's kind of amazing seeing people who have sort of laid in the cut when asked to do stuff about progressive, actual, policy ideas, deciding that now is the time for symbolic action and that this is symbolically important. I mean, I think symbolic stuff is jack off all over the place. It's all jack off. Oh, it's going to let people know. They're going to see. Who's going to see? The same fucking web-addled dipshits who are already all lied, all on their own side, all have decided that, posting is praxis on both sides, or have decided that if they're on the QAnon side, they're going to bum rush state capitals because they have the fucking the fear of God and the love of God in them that none of us have, even if it's delusional and it's based on just watching too much TV. But it's a real motivator. Nobody on the left, like that's even a thing, has a motivation. Democratic voters are by and large absolutely cowering and holding the hems of every Democrat because they're terrified of being of the Republican mob being let loose on them. And so since there's no left, like symbolic actions don't mean anything. But it is interesting that people will say, symbolic actions, why are you wasting your time on this stupid stuff with Medicare for all? And then say that this impeachment, this is a symbolism that matters. So the thing that might, drain the swamp a little bit by giving people an idea that there is something else the government can do other than punish people, now, that can go on the back burner. Holding the president accountable and reminding people about the
it's all idealist shit. It doesn't actually.
That needs to be a priority. It's all very. It's kind of.
It's the same with like Chomsky's thing of like, well, if people vote and they see that they can affect the system, then they'll think about it more and be more radicalized. And it's like that's not how history works. History isn't an account of like, it's not Hegelian, right? It's not the idea of like humans coming to realize this abstract truth, or historically contingent truth. It's material conflict. So the idea that like, well, people will suddenly look at this and then rationally deliberate that, that means that the system doesn't work, etc. Sort of not a meaningful account of it.
It's all going in a way that is very easy to see. If you can see this turning into this anti-fascism now, this popular front that we're supposed to have with the Democrats, if you can see that creating anything other than like Patriot Act 2,
Yeah, that's what's happening.
Patriot Act 2 Electric Boogaloo, literally, because it'll be about the Boogaloo Boys this time. Then I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
Because there's no other forces at play. There's nobody in those rooms other than Democrats.
That feels clear.
And whatever these specific...
The Patriot Act was bipartisan initially. It was bipartisan. The expansion of the American security apparatus, the emboldening of it, has always been a bipartisan thing. It's always been Democrats and Republicans reach across the aisle and agreeing. And so Patriot Act 2, or whatever fucking equivalent's going to happen, is also going to be bipartisan.
If any members of that caucus are, they're overwhelmed by the structural incentives of the party itself and the people who run it. And they kept talking about Liz Cheney as the good Republican. One of the most bloodthirsty...
There won't be a 2, these terrorists are white. You are misunderstanding why there would be a Patriot Act. It's not as if the right-wing menace is a thing that is imminently going to threaten American stability. It's that the American state apparatus wants an excuse to be able to overreach more. And that it will primarily be used, of course, against illegal immigrants, against potentially left-wing dissidents, and anyone at all who threatens the American state and its legitimacy or whatever. It's,
Towns there are, the daughter of a dynasty of blood. I mean... caring about
any extremist, any quote-unquote terrorist. That's why I say that you shouldn't use terrorist as a normative word, because fundamentally the use of the word terrorist is basically a collection of actors or even individual actors that threaten state legitimacy, that threaten the state and its monopoly on use of power or whatever.
I get why people want their feelings to be validated, because that's why they go online, to get their feelings validated. And they even get it in their head that, like, sticking up for the validity of the feelings of members of Congress is somehow an important thing to do. Because it establishes the stakes. It establishes...
Sorry, the people who are like, oh, they're not going to fucking... They're not going to do a new Patriot Act because what? They're afraid of the right wing. Like... If you look at the effects of the fucking original Patriot Act, how much terrorism did that shit actually stop? How much not being able to bring a fucking water bottle onto a plane, having your phone calls listened to, how much did that actually fucking stop? Because it's not about the actual thing it's supposed to be about. To take the congressperson or the person who is drafting the bill at face value is a fundamental mistake. So to make it about like, oh, well, there isn't actually a threat to the destruction of America through right-wing violence. It's like, of course there isn't. That doesn't matter. That's entirely irrelevant.
Dangerous the moment is, as if our anxieties do anything for us but paralyze us. Give me a break. Give me a break. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat car. I know people were being mean to me on Twitter, but they're all losers.
So true.
Pay them no mind.
Will had a really funny tweet about that. Will Menaker.
And I certainly am not accepting any...
Let me find it. He had a couple good ones, but this one... I mean, people's brains have been ruined by, like, weird Chapo obsession. Where is it? Here is M star Chris Starman star trying to figure out who clown pilled all the people who stormed the Capitol. Just like so bizarre. It's like what was that neoliberal account a while ago that was like all the white anarchists who are doing the actual violence in the Black Lives Matter protests are like listening to the Chapo podcast and being inspired to do it to ruin the protests. Like where Chapo Trapo's a stupid podcast that's like an entertainment thing about politics, is like the beginning point of all of the bad things in their world, and so they extend it to everything. It's very strange. It's a very strange phenomenon. It's Chapo hysteria.
Any insults of my appearance, because I know that I'm looking fresh to death lately. I know it's all coming together. And yes, as many have noticed, my skin is dewy soft. So, enough of that bullshit. Let's talk about what's really interesting. What we're all here for. The Republic for which it stands, baby. The biggest chunk we've read yet. The second half
it
of
is
the
book
second.
Review shit. You can watch that. Chopper Trap House. He streams all of those on the Twitch, and there's also a YouTube channel. Yeah, I think all this seems pretty correct, as per usual. Anyways, what do we want to do now? Yeah, so fundamentally nothing has changed since the last time I streamed, of course. It's all the same shit. And the next 4 years is going to be about neoliberal hegemony or whatever, the centrist governments extending the security apparatus, and probably tacitly supported by the right, because they're like, well, yes, we agree, but also its main threat is Antifa. Any good news? The good news is that you should understand that posting online cannot lead to a meaningful movement that threatens political power. Actually, that was the thing. I think I talked about this in the pod I wrote up. But like, the main thing that you should take from, like, you know, Parler being shut down and all these accounts being removed and all this right wing, you know, is that, like, this is how states and how corporations respond to information, the flow of information on social media websites that potentially restrict the flow of capital in any context, potentially restrict the extraction of surplus value in any way. Is like, we need to cut that shit off immediately. Anything that, like, threatens the stability of the market. And right now the corporations, etc., have deemed the right-wing threat and, you know, organizing as threatening the stability of the market, threatening the flow of capital. We don't need a right-wing dictatorship to do that. We still have militarized borders. We still have a state, you know, we still have a massive overreaching security apparatus, et cetera, et cetera. The idea of a fascist dictatorship is not useful for profit. And so what do you think is going to happen if there's a meaningful left-wing movement that inversely, but regardless, threatens the state capitalist form? They're going to try to cut off those flows of information, the flows of content related to that, which is one of many reasons why having a movement online and posting about the movement online is a bad idea, and how that consciousness should exist outside in the real world. It shouldn't be people meeting each other through Twitter or whatever. It can't be, for a multitude of reasons, but I think this is the most convincing articulation of that. People are calling Matt a QAnon guy. Well, yeah, because anyone who like, in lib brain, there is a binary in politics between which father you look up to do politics for you. It's Joe Biden or Donald Trump. And if you don't like one of them, you like the other one. That is the only way the politics works. So of course, you know, you say something bad about Biden, well, you know, it's a very... Anyways. What's this? Dozens of men on DC dating apps who clearly here for the insurrection attempt. Some say directly, or others are obviously from Meg. I know a friend who changed her preferences on Bumble to conservative. She's matched with Mega Bros. They're bragging and sending her pics to videos of them in the Capitol. She's sending them to the FBI. I will say, this is funny. My take on this is it's very funny to see. Because they're fucking idiots, you know, those people. They think they're, like, you know, beyond, above the law or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I will say, like, when I say the expansion of the security apparatus, like, this isn't actually an expansion of the security apparatus, insofar as, like, it doesn't give them increased powers and oversight that could eventually be used on, like, left-wing movements. So it's sort of, with the people talking about whether this is good or bad, it sort of even seems like a irrelevant discussion. Keck is fascist. This is like 2016 brain. It's like when Gwen Schneider, when people were using like Pepe as a joke or whatever, and Gwen Schneider was like, well, that's right wing because Hillary Clinton told me it. There's something really cool about what Twitch has done with a lot of that, which is just turned it into nothing. On Nintendo, think of it 2 months. It's weird, there's some intrinsic understanding in that like keeping tabs on like which internet terminology from 2016 is used by right-wing people, and understanding that like the meaning of these things are entirely subjective and entirely like out there to be used. Like their meaning is defined by their use. You can think of the most classic example of this is like the Roman salute, which became the Nazi salute. Wasn't actually a Roman thing. It was in neoclassical like art. They contextualized the Romans as doing the salute to like the emperor, etc. And so like the Mussolini started using it because he wanted to look Roman. But the meaning of that changes, and now it's not associated with like, oh, I just like Roman history. It's like, oh, you're a fascist. That's because it's associated with its meaning. In the same sense that like the use of the word Keck or the use of the word like, or the use of Pepe in a certain context was primarily used by fascists. But there's this weird like it folds into this weird like essentialism that denies that fact because it denies the capacity that those words can be changed and have different meanings and exist outside of that specific screenshot of a political context, in which case Keck is like, and Keck W is just like a meme. It has no association with the right whatsoever. No one uses it like that anymore. Its meaning is different. What does Keck mean when fascists use it? I think it's more like, I mean, it means LOL. It came from WoW, yeah. But it's just like that fascists would use it as LOL, you know, like the Trump people. Same with like Pepe, where it's like the meaning is an association of like, well, I am with this political group. And it's not even a sense in which it's like an active reclaiming. It was just like it stopped having that use. It was no longer used. Oh, this is funny. What is this? Breaking, Joe Biden will perform a jazz set inspired by the California Raisins. Which, you know, it's like everything about this stupid country's theater. It's all... And this guy is the most bizarre Nazi. I'm surprised he isn't banned. I believe that if you're in Germany, you can't view his Twitter accounts. Which is hilarious because it's like... So Twitter knows they're Nazis. They have to censor the account in Germany because, like, you can't... there are certain, like, censorship laws in relation to right-wing shit. But they still don't ban him. This guy is like, I believe he is Irish and also a redhead. Which is hilarious that it's like the blonde hair, blue-eyed stuff. But you know, that's the like, you know. Anyways, what's this? What is this? Oh, is this the weird lawsuit thing? Oh yeah, that dude who like loves suing people randomly. Yeah, account withheld in Germany, France, based on local laws. So it's like they know they're Nazis, but they don't ban them. It's bizarre. I mean, yeah, it's. Anyways. We can watch some British news. Because the lawyer thinks Corbyn... So here is, you know, regardless of all the shit that's been going on in America, the Brits are still doing their thing. They're still...
All used to Britain's extreme centrists making every one of the world's ills about...
Just hilarious because, again, Corbyn has no power and, like... Your prime minister is Boris fucking Johnson. And you're like, Corbyn is the one who's like Trump.
Jeremy Corbyn. But this weekend, former Labour MP and now crossbench member of the House of Lords, Ian Austin, took the tradition to levels which can only be described as ridiculous. He wrote an article in The Sun headlined, "Could Congress attack happen in Britain? It could with our lefty mob." Now, in the piece, he asks, what is the difference between Trump using conspiracy theories to claim the election result was stolen and the hard left betrayal myth that claims Corbyn almost won in 2017 but was cheated out of victory by sabotage by moderate MPs and Labour staff?
The difference is that one of them is real, I guess, and the other one is fiction. I don't know. What is the difference between this insane group fantasy and like an accurate story of politics?
Now, this was, printed in the Sun newspaper. They're not normally people who print high-quality journalism. You might not be surprised to see that they printed something again that's not high-quality journalism. If you need it spelled out, why the fact that many Jeremy Corbyn...
I mean, the main reason Corbyn probably lost was because of Brexit shit and not being able to deal with the spectacle of Brexit properly.
Supporters, ourselves included, think there was some sabotage within the Labour Party trying to stop him winning the 2017 election, and Donald Trump saying fraud stopped him winning the 2019 election. Two big reasons. One, so there is no evidence whatsoever to support Donald Trump's claim that fraud...
I nationalist salute you all. See, like, the difference between using the word kek and doing a Nazi salute is that people... There's no reclaiming of the Nazi salute. It is fundamentally established as a far-right thing. That's its use.
Fraud meant he lost the election. None whatsoever. There's actually quite a lot of hard evidence that people within Labour Party HQ attempted to undermine Labour's electoral chances, or at least were very happy, or were happy too. They were disappointed when Labour did well, and they were very, very willing to act against the wishes of the democratically elected leader. There's hard evidence for that. You can watch our shows on the Labour leaks. More important, though, and this is where I think the comparison is just, so ridiculous that I can't believe someone who was once taken seriously, still is taken seriously by many extreme centrists, could think this was a sensible thing to write, is that Donald Trump's claim about fraud has been used as a justification to try and overthrow the state and to overthrow the results of a democratic election. I haven't spoken to a single Corbynista who said because there were some staffers in the Labour Party HQ who tried to undermine Labour's electoral chances, and because there were some MPs who were constantly attacking Jeremy Corbyn, we need to overthrow the state and annul the 2017 general election results. This comparison does not work. Why does this all matter?
I mean, it's just an example, though, right, of like this like literal specter of leftism. How there is no actual institutional power. It's the same in America, it's the same fucking elsewhere. There is no actual leftist power, but then, it's still seen as like the greatest threat.
It's just a has-been crank, someone who always attacks Jeremy Corbyn, who this time around is again attacking Jeremy Corbyn. Now, the answer is because this guy was taken very seriously, and not just by, people on the Labour right. It wasn't just by Progress boosting this guy. It was also our national broadcaster. It was also all of our media establishments who, and this is according to a Loughborough study into the media environment in the general election, it was shared by Tom Mills, friend of the show, sociologist, which showed that Ian Austin was actually the 11th most prominent politician in the entire mainstream media's coverage of the 2019 general election, the 11th most prominent politician. So this is someone who members of the British public heard from all the time, and it's someone who thinks it's sensible to compare people saying maybe we need a bit more transparency in the organisation of one of Britain's major parties to people who want to violently overthrow the state. To remind you of Ian Austin's role in the 2019 general election campaign, here he is being given a headline slot on Radio 4's Today Show.
The country faces a big choice. There's only two people who can be Prime Minister on December the 13th, Jeremy Corbyn or Boris Johnson. And I think Jeremy Corbyn is completely unfit to lead our country, completely unfit to lead the Labour Party. And after 34 years of... I joined the Labour Party as a teenager. I worked for the Labour Party.
This is a Labour leader, or a member of the Labour Party, who's probably a Blairite, who is like, yeah, I prefer Boris Johnson.
In my 30s, I was a government advisor. In my 40s, I was an MP and a minister. So it's really come to something.
Poppy detected, opinion discarded.
I tell decent, traditional, patriotic Labour voters that they should be voting for Boris Johnson at this election. I can't believe it's come to this, but that's where we are.
It's really come to something when me, someone who passionately hates Jeremy Corbyn and the left wing of the Labour Party so much that I can't see the difference between them and far-right people with Holocaust slogans on their jumpers breaking in to the Capitol
siding with
building
the far right
because they've bought into some lie that the election was stolen because of bits inside machines in Georgia. You know, you hate Jeremy Corbyn so much you think he's like Trump, yet the BBC took you seriously when you said, "Oh, it's a really difficult decision for me to make." It's
yeah, that's tough. So the Brits are essentially, I can link the rest of this if you want to watch it. The Brits are doing what they've always been doing, which is just like looking at things that don't relate in any way to Jeremy Corbyn and then being like, this is Jeremy Corbyn's fault. I bet that if Corbyn was in power, things would be as bad as they are. Let's watch some here.
This is encouraging. Here is Bernie Sanders going to push the notion, and particularly in light of what Joe Manchin is saying in this instance, where Joe Manchin has come out so strongly against $2,000 checks. But here is him seeking leverage. But here is Bernie Sanders basically going to function to push the Democrats to be to wield power. I mean, ostensibly, right? One of the reasons why Bernie Sanders is still going to be in the Senate as opposed to Labor Secretary, Marty Walsh has been named Labor Secretary, is because they want to maintain control of the Senate. Well, if you're going to maintain control of the Senate, use it. Use it. Here is Bernie Sanders on CNN.
To do. Let me just be very clear. As the incoming chairman of the Senate Budget Committee, I remember what happened in 2010. And that is the Democrats during the 2008-2010 period controlled the White House, they controlled the Senate, controlled the House. You remember that? Mm-hmm. And you remember what happened in 2010? Democrats got wiped out. They had the power, but they did not deliver for the American people. So what we have got to do right now, no ifs, buts, or maybes, is have an aggressive agenda that says we understand that millions of people, including my neighbors right here in Vermont, people lining up in their cars in order to get emergency food. People can't pay their medical bills. People are going deeper and deeper into debt. People are facing eviction. Millions of people have lost their jobs. We have to act and act now. And the first order of business, by the way, is to pass an emergency COVID-19 bill, which, among many other things, says to working class Americans, we know you're in pain, and we're going to get you a $2,000 check for every working class adult in this country. We are on your side. We are prepared to take on the big money interests who have so much power. We're going to expand healthcare to cover the uninsured. We're going to deal with student debt. We have got to be bold in a way that we have not seen since FDR in the 1930s.
I'm sure Joe Manchin is loving that. He's nodding right along.
I think you probably amend that comment now based upon Manchin saying that he's not going to vote for it. They're going to have to bring a standalone bill, and that's the way that this is the only way that this is going to work.
Suddenly, I'm not so mad about seniority determining leadership now that Bernie's the head of the Senate Budget Committee.
Yes. Well, it taketh and it giveth. I guess.
Yeah. It is Chairman Bernie technically, right? Yeah, I mean, that is the question of how much the Dems are gonna do in the next 2 years. One, in relation to like Joe Manchin in the Senate being in a critical vote, and then two, in relation to just how much shit they want to get done. I mean, look at how much Obama got done in 2008. I would probably consider Biden and the Biden administration more conservative than Obama. Yeah. I guess maybe if you look at campaign promises, that isn't the case. But we all know that how much fucking promises actually mean shit. And also that Obama had an easier capacity to pass shit. Let's watch non-compete again.
On January 6, 2021, rioters supporting President Donald Trump stormed the Capitol building in Washington, D.C., damaging and occupying several parts of the building. These rioters entered the office of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, left explosive devices in the offices of the DNC and the GOP, as well as in a nearby vehicle, and in total, 4 rioters and 1 police officer were killed in these events. Could these events have been predicted by leftists with the powers of our minds and communism? Kinda.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you how. I'm American Johnson. This is Non-Compete. Let's learn how to predict the future with communism. So, what prompted these events? Well, to begin with, Trump promoted the Save America rally as a historic day, sharing this video on Twitter.
Oh, this is a Trump-produced video? I don't know, is that copyright music? Oh, I love how that's used as like a, you know, he risked the lives of like 6 people in a fucking airtight vehicle just to wave at his stupid fans. Yeah, that's awesome.
Trump encouraged his followers to fight like hell and to take back our country, while Rudolph Giuliani called for trial by combat, and Trump Jr. threatened the opposition with the ominous threat, "We're coming for you." In the wake of the riot, Trump tweeted, "These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and peace.
Peace and love.
Remember this day forever." So, make no mistake, this was a fascist coup attempt. That's not to say it was a very well-planned or well-thought-out coup attempt, or that it had any hope for success, but it is clear that Trump and his minions wanted to see a chaotic rampage at the Capitol, and they got exactly what they ordered. Now, I have to say, I did predict that this event was going to be a shit show, and this tweet is the proof. And I did know that Trump was going to try to pull off some kind of shenanigans, some kind of coup as far back as election night. And here is the proof of that prediction. Of course, I'm not alone in making these kinds of predictions. Trump made his plans obvious. It was, in fact, obvious that any fascist in his position would have to do the same thing, more or less, given the nature of the fascist ideology. And that's what this video is all about. Obviousness and randomness.
I don't know, I'm enjoying the new sort of reading about it. That, like, I guess you can consider Trump a fascist, or at least the movement that surrounds him, but he himself isn't particularly a smart individual. He just likes clout. He likes being recognized. And as a result of that, like, he wants people to recognize him. So his rhetoric, like, broaches fascism just because he's like, oh, look at the crowds, they're so nice. Like, there's nothing beyond that. There is no four-dimensional chess. And that, like, people desires its own rule. People want to be ruled so much that they create these weird, like, ethoses and understandings of him in which he is this god emperor ruler that will rule them and that will make the world better, you know, do day of the rope stuff, etc. And they project it onto him, even though he's like a senile reality TV game show host, right? It's not that, well, if we're comparing him to Hitler in terms of an attempt at getting power, like, again, like, how similar is that phenomenon? I genuinely, in a lot of ways, do not see as political actors who are acting, I don't see them as similar. And for the reason that, like, I mean, Trump literally was like, don't go on, use a swastika as a peace symbol. Are you trolling? Do you really not get the point of what are you still caught up on that, dude? What was I gonna say? That, like, Trump literally said, like, don't do any violence, folks. Don't, Like he totally threw his supporters under the bus, did not attempt to like because he's stupid and because he'd like, in a certain sense, none of it was planned. None of it was planned at all. That like it's this weird projection onto him more than anything else. And that is a meaningful difference. And so far as like, and I was saying this in fucking November, that there is like no chance that fucking Trump is going to steal the election. He has no coherent plan. He has no capacity to do it. And even if he did, he's too stupid to figure it out. And that was absolutely what happened. They didn't have a coherent plan. No way to steal the election. No actual path forward that could have happened. They weren't even ready for it when it happened. They're incompetent. They're stupid. So I don't know. I think that's sort of nuanced analysis, because it's like, well, there is no imminent threat to the capitalist state and the liberal democratic structure itself. Because Trump is too stupid to do so, and a lot of the threats that people see in Trump, they see in a movement related to him that is an odd projection onto Trump more than anything else. One that he embraces because he likes having people pay attention to him. He enjoys people liking him. And so as a result of that, you know, etc. Does that make sense? I don't know.
And how we on the left can use these concepts to predict the future. Not with magical psychic brain powers, but with political science. So let's talk a bit about dialectical materialism, a system of analysis formulated by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels to develop their theories of communism. I've done a whole video on dialectical materialism in the past, and my partner Luna has a whole dang series on it over at her channel, but you don't really have to watch those first in order to understand this video. The long story short is, dialectical materialism is just a way of taking...
Oh, I want to watch this Don Jr. video before we get into this.
Hey guys, Don Jr. here. Wanted to come up with something to deal with some of this nonsense and the censorship that's going on right now, obviously only targeted one way, and I said, why doesn't Elon Musk create a social media platform?
I'm soy facing so hard. Elon Musk, a social media platform?
I mean, this guy put
it's an epic win.
Manned people into space. Hey guys, Don Jr. here.
Epic Elon invention. He put manned people into space. He can make a Twitter. He can make a new type of Twitter.
Really complex systems and breaking them down for thorough understanding. You can think of dialectical materialism as a set of tools we can use to drill down and extract truth from things that are hella complicated. So today we're going to be focusing on just one of those tools from dialectical materialism, the category pair of obviousness versus randomness. There are 6 category pairs within the framework of dialectical materialism in total, and you can think of each category pair as a lens that will allow you to focus in on one aspect of a complex subject. So in the case of obviousness versus randomness, we're focusing in on the predictability or unpredictability of systems and events. Actually, Luna already broke this down really well in one of her videos, so take it away, Luna.
Obviousness refers to things that always happen in certain conditions. Things that happen because of the internal material structure of things. Randomness refers to things that happen because of external reasons. It might happen, it might not happen. It might happen in this way, and it might happen in different ways. Nobody knows. For example, I'm holding a raw egg up high. If I drop the egg, I know that the egg will break. It's obvious that it will break. It will break because of the internal material structure of eggs. Eggs have shells that break when you drop them. So this is the obviousness concept at play. But will I drop the egg? Will I? This is the randomness concept. You don't know if I will drop the egg. Maybe I will, maybe I will not. I am an external factor that you cannot predict. And nope, I'm not going to drop this faking egg because I don't want to clean up the faking match just for a YouTube video.
Thanks, Luna.
So true.
So looking at things through this lens of obviousness versus randomness, it's important when it comes to political strategy and planning. Obviously, the best plans will take advantage of the things that we can predict and also account for things that are more or less unpredictable.
Oh, wait, hold on. This is The Federalist, January 13th, 2021. Why being a nice guy gets you friend zoned. That's awesome.
As I was able to predict that January 6th was going to be a shit show, I was able to own this right-wing chud on Twitter. And as we all know, owning people on Twitter is the most important political action any of us can partake in. I'm not saying that studying dialectical materialism will really allow you to see into the future.
That's how I felt when I told everyone that, like, it wasn't a coup and that it wasn't a meaningful threat, and then nothing happened. And then everyone who disagreed with me admitted that I was right.
But
oh wait, that didn't happen.
It will help you to develop insight into the nature of subjects so that our guesses about the future can become more accurate. A couple of things to note. First, this is not an exact science because there is no exact science. This is a complicated subject that deserves a video in its own right, but for now,
I'm doing a podcast episode on this actually. It's coming out soon. You should go podcast. It's partially about Marxian science and a reading of science in Marx, because there's this fundamental issue that I was like researching a bit. It's because Marx views his empirical method as a science, but like, is that science that's outside of ideology? Is that science outside of materialism and the effects of the bourgeois sort of infrastructure, etc.? And the answer, depending, Althusser, for instance, essentially says it is different, sort of connected but different. But many analyses basically say like there is a difference between science and ideology. But my essential analysis, and this is one that isn't unique, is like, well, no, science is historically and materially contingent. It requires particular material developments and is embedded in those developments.
Briefly,
but that is a conception of science that is totally coherent with like what a contemporary philosopher of science would define as like the natural sciences too, which is to see science and the development of science as necessarily connected to the sort of material apparatus that science is viewed through, the technology that allows it to exist. The funding that allows it to exist, the political environment that allows it to exist.
Read from Engels referring to Boyle's law. The volume of a gas varies inversely to the pressure which it is subjected to. That Boyle's law? You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, Engels pointed out that Regnall found that this law does not hold good in certain cases. Had he been a philosopher of reality, he would have had to say Boyle's law is immutable and is hence not a genuine truth. Hence, it is not a truth at all. Hence,
I know that like why the fuck am I blank? One-dimensional man. What is his name? Marcuse basically says that like science in the Marxian sense is entirely unrelated to physical science. It's a different phenomena. It's studying different it's studying different apparatuses and etc. It's studying different phenomena in a different realm of. It's not in the realm of causal relationships, for instance. Can't see it through laws.
It is an error, but had he done this, he would have committed an error far greater than the one that was contained in Boyle's law. His grain of truth would have been lost sight of in a sandhill of error. He would have distorted his originally correct conclusion into an error compared with which Boyle's law, along with the little particle of error that clings to it, would have seemed like truth.
But Engels' later readings are pretty, I guess you could use the word positivist. And I think that the way of the technique of just being like, well, Engels had a positivist view. Engels was unable to be truly scientific in the material sense. And therefore, Marx was right, but Engels was wrong. I think is wrong because I think Marx does deal with some of the issues of a weird sort of positivist science. It's very complicated because did Marcuse think he was the Messiah? I don't think so. What's wrong with positivism? Well, it's not connected to like, it's not materially contingent.
Regnault, being a man of science, did not indulge
at
in
least
such
in a
childishness,
Popperian
but
sort of
continued his investigations and
context.
discovered that in general Boyle's law is only approximately true. Boyle's law therefore was
It's
proved
contingent
to be
on
true
an
only
idealism.
within definite limits. But is it absolutely and finally true within those limits? No physicist would assert that. Really scientific works, therefore, as a rule, avoid such dogmatically moral expressions as error and truth, while these expressions meet us everywhere in works such as the philosophy of reality, in which empty phrase-mongering attempts to impose itself on us as the most sovereign result of sovereign thought. Engel's point here is not that we should not seek to deepen our understanding of the processes of the world.
Yeah, like my account of Marxist science totally doesn't work with Engel's anti-Durang. And the way some people have gotten around that was to say like, oh, well, Marx didn't participate in it and he didn't write it. But I think that's bullshit because Marx praised it and spoke highly of it. So I think it's more like these philosophers, Marx and Engels, are firstly two different people, but agreed on quite a bit and had a very long history of writing, one in which many of the statements you can generate are contradictory and can actually develop into their own philosophies, the different periods, etc.
His point is that we must never fool ourselves into believing we have achieved a complete, absolute understanding of the processes of the world. Our understanding is always limited, always developing, just as dialectic negations are always developing. Engels wrote about this principle of development specifically as it pertains to obviousness.
I guess this count is pretty fine, actually. This description. There's some stuff in Anti-Durang. I was trying to read a decent amount to really get like, okay, what do Marx and Engels actually say about science? Because there are so many different accounts and they're varying, and they take their fundamental position on the relationship between like ideology, materialism, and science as like obvious, that it's like you have to really get into the literature. And when you get into the literature, you realize that like a lot of it is sort of inconsistent, or you could interpret it in different ways.
In an article he wrote about German
and it's very
ideology
complicated.
in 1886. That which is recognized now as true has also its latent false side, which will later manifest itself, just as that which is now regarded as false has also its true side, by virtue of which it could previously be regarded as true. What is maintained to be necessary is composed of sheer accidents, and that the so-called accidental is the form behind which necessity hides itself, and so on. Okay, that was pretty heady stuff, but let's put it this way. Dialectical materialism is built upon an understanding that everything in our world is always changing. As Engels puts it, the great basic thought is that the world is not to be comprehended as a complex of ready-made things, but as a complex of processes in which the things apparently stable go through an uninterrupted change of coming into being and passing away. Of course, understanding this principle of development and applying it are...
it's like the object seems like a stable object, but it's a product of processes. Like I think of like Foucault's... what book is that? Where he describes biology, where there's this sort of... The initial reading of biology earlier is the conception of the organism and the products and the characteristics of the organism as you can see it. And you look at it and say, oh, well, it's a stable phenomenon. It's an object in the world. When in reality, if you look at the sort of micro level, or the sort of the micro understanding of the organism, what you see is actually a process of production, of like, you know, of genes, for instance, and the continued production of cells, production of embryos, you know, etc. That instead of being, it's order of things. Thank you, order of things. Instead of being this stable thing in the world that is an object, it's actually a product of processes.
Admitted two different things. So our great tasks as revolutionists,
and that the micro level, they're all processes, right?
To do our best to analyze the world to the best of our abilities, always knowing that there are limits to our understanding and mistakes will be made. Engels pointed out that this is how all human understanding progresses. We must always begin with an ideal, a conception in our minds, and then test that ideal against material reality. Just as every science experiment begins with a hypothesis which is then tested against reality, political science is no different. As Engels wrote, the philosophy of history of...
Okay.
Right, of religion, etc., has consisted in the substitution of an interconnection fabricated in the mind of the philosopher for the real interconnection to be demonstrated in events. So, as we explore the category pair of obviousness versus randomness, remember, our understanding is always developing. We must always test our ideals against reality. We must always look to history and current events to see if things develop as we predict. And most importantly, we must always be willing and able to update our conception of these dynamics as reality unfolds around us. We have to be able to admit when we are wrong in our analysis and also know when we were correct.
You gotta be
Remember, when we're
falsifiable.
looking at obviousness versus randomness, we're considering internal versus external factors. And the internal obvious factors of one subject may simultaneously be an external random factor for another subject. I know what I plan to do tomorrow, but you do not. For me, my plans are obvious. For you, they will seem more random. But over time, and with enough data points, the obvious can be drawn from the random. All right, enough philosophizing. Here's a concrete example. I personally found
non-compete rules. Yeah, they're an anarchist, and then they're like, as Lenin has taught us.
It obvious that Trump was going to whip his followers up into a frenzy at some point before the night of the election because of the fascistic rhetoric he was using and the nature of fascism, because of the dog whistles he was using, because of the signals he had been sending right from the night of the election.
Let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots.
Trump's brand of...
Oh, I mean atomic in the metaphorical sense. Because, I mean, there is I guess you could replace it with subatomic because we've realized there are smaller things in the atom.
Fascism has internal characteristics that are fairly predictable. The double speaking and dog whistling used by Trump and QAnon drops and white nationalists today have a long lineage going all the way back to the origins of fascism. Veiled threats, plausible deniability, and euphemism have always been used by fascist leaders to direct their followers towards violence, especially...
I think it's different. I do think there's a difference, and at some level there isn't a difference, because it's why I still use the word fascism. I know there's GJEC points about like, if you develop this coherent, structural, symmetrical analysis of what fascism is in contemporary context, and it looks entirely foreign to the fascism of the 20s and 30s, then why call it fascism? Why not make a new word? And I am, I guess, sympathetic to that point. But what I will say is that there is a through line, fundamentally, between that fascism and the fascism now, even if it looks very different, because it's, our social formations are in a certain way radically different than they were 100 years ago. But it's still the underlying same sort of product of the capitalist social formation.
In these early stages of fascism.
Same flags. I mean, that's a bit of an aesthetic level of analysis.
Also know that the modern day far right leans heavily on the strategy of stochastic terrorism to enact violence in the world. I have a couple of videos on stochastic violence if you haven't seen them already, but the basic idea is that violence can be called for in an oblique, indirect manner, and that's exactly what we were seeing.
See that keck? That's all of you. All of you are implicitly.
So we have here some internal features of MAGA fascism that make certain outcomes obvious in nature, and if you understand these internal characteristics well enough, then you can begin to make predictions with some degree of accuracy. I knew that January 6th would be a shit show, but there were enough external factors, random factors, such as the individuals who would be involved, that I could not have predicted exactly what that chaos would look like. For example, I could not have predicted that the Loyal Order of Water Buffaloes would get involved.
Actually, I could have predicted that. I will say, as a, if you've been listening to the QAnon Anonymous podcast.
Yes, that's right.
You would bet pretty clearly that the Q Shaman was going to be there.
I just made a deep cut Flintstones reference. Do I know how to win over the Zoomer demographic or what?
I don't know. I didn't get the reference. I'm sorry.
Another aspect of the events of January 6th that were pretty obvious was the behavior of the police at the Capitol building. The police in the USA have some internal characteristics that make it very obvious how they're going to react in certain situations. For one thing, the police are fascist.
Oh, this is the funniest shit ever. This is a Nashua special. Oh, this blew up, really. Shout out to Nashua, friend of the stream. So how it started, I used to do this thing where I would walk into class, throw students' papers in the air, and walk out. Give them a moment to be like, what WTF just happened? Then I'd come back in and say, this is what it's like when you email me without a salutation, explanation, or subject line. Morning, folks. So, how it's going. As if the world is not stressful enough, I'm being dragged on Twitter for comments I made on Bridget Cooper's thread about email etiquette. They are using this site called Rate My Professor as evidence. A lot of you wrote in your salutation. So let's look at them. This is the funniest shit ever. Imagine having this prof. Quality 2. She's the only professor that teaches this course and she's terrible at it. Reading all day, every day. Very into social media. Makes us follow her on Twitter. I'm spending $32,000 to go to the school and my professor is emailing me about a Twitter argument she got into. She needs to get off Twitter and live her life. She cares more about her weird Twitter drama than the actual class. I'll link this. Go like, retweet, subscribe, all that shit. It's very funny. Actually, I'll retweet this. This is a great Nashua post. And then obviously, like, these posts are literally all her. Because they refer to Dr. P. 5.0 Dr. P, 5.0 Dr. P, 5.0 Dr. P. Just so lazy. He's so funny. He's so funny.
That is to say, there is a...
People need to see this. Is this the... Oh, yeah. What did he mean by this? Such a good mustard. And it's like Dijon. Horizons of gay liberation. What did he mean by this?
Massive overlap between American blue shirts and American brown shirts. There's plenty of evidence of this, ranging from cops wearing QAnon patches and inhabiting fascist groups on the internet, to cops calling far-right militia members friendlies after they've shot unarmed protesters, to the Capitol riot itself. The embarrassing lack of resistance the cops put up against the Capitol rioters was obvious and predictable due to these internal characteristics of American police. Look at the way cops respond to actions by the fascist Proud Boys versus how they respond to BLM and anti-fascist activists. So the cops in the USA are a fascistic entity that has a cozy relationship with other
Or you could say, yeah, they have like an imminent tendency towards fascism.
Entities. This is an internal characteristic of American cops. So it should have been obvious, it should have been predictable that the cops would respond to BLM protesters like this, and they would respond to fascists like this. Obviously, there were plenty of random external factors that could not have been predicted, but it should have been generally obvious that cops...
I mean, there were off-duty cops in the protest,
weren't going to respond to fascists with the same kind of draconian...
Like, most of the locals who were in the protest were like off-duty cops.
Violent.
Or like working somewhere in the state apparatus.
As they have used against BLM protesters and anti-fascists. Knowing the difference between obviousness and randomness can have massive impact on all of society. Anyone who knows anything about pandemics knows that it was obvious that we would have another massive pandemic sooner or later. Countries that planned for this obviousness, like Vietnam, where I live, have done very well. Vietnam had a plan in place before COVID broke out for a pandemic, which is a major reason why the virus is currently completely contained here, and only 35 people have died, and the government already knows exactly how it plans to roll out this vaccine that they are developing once testing is completed a bit later this year.
My position is always about about Vietnam especially, like, they're better at doing capitalism than we are. They found a much more efficient system of capitalism in which the inherent contradictions in the capitalist state form are dealt with in a much more efficient way. The inexorabilities are mended.
The Vietnamese people also knew that it was obvious that there would be another pandemic, at least since the first SARS outbreak back in the early 2000s. So the people here were already prepared to wear masks, social distance, and undergo lockdowns to contain the disease. I lived through the pandemic here, and there was virtually none of the panic that I saw in the USA in the early stages of the outbreak. People were prepared. They thought it was obvious that, yes, we will have another pandemic at some point sooner or later. But in the US, you see, the government and the people were not prepared for the obvious threat of the pandemic, or at least they weren't under the Trump administration, and it thus felt random to millions of Americans who did not expect such an outbreak, and the results have been catastrophic.
I think someone did point out that non-compete is technically like a, like the libertarian with Asian wife thing.
Catastrophically
I guess it's like left libertarian socialists with
other
Asian
countries
wife.
have proven, it is possible to make effective plans based on the obvious
I guess that's
internal
true.
characteristics of
That
something
is
as
true.
complicated as an international health crisis.
Objectively
even
speaking.
if we can't predict all the random external factors, such as exactly when, where, and how quickly such a pandemic might emerge.
I
Now,
don't
just
think
to show some
non-compete is not a guy, right?
humility, at least, let me say that back in December
I mean, it's obviously very different. I'm not being. Yeah.
2019 and January 2020, when COVID was just starting to emerge in China,
I make all my students follow my Twitter, folks. It's not extra credit either. No. They have to before they can take the final. So true.
I did not take it all that seriously. I thought Luna was being a bit overdramatic when she started demanding that we wear masks and avoid going outside. But I quickly came to realize that she was absolutely right to be cautious. She and most of the rest of the folks here in Vietnam saw the obvious, and I did not. Now, let's look at the George Floyd uprising and the primacy of the Black Lives Matter movement in 2020. I made a video all about how I totally did not see that coming. And I think I should have. Of course, I wasn't alone. I think a lot of leftists didn't see the George Floyd movement coming, especially a lot of white leftists like myself, even though many Black Americans saw it as something that was obviously on the horizon. There were, after all, profoundly obvious internal characteristics of the police and the American prison state coming to a head with these communities in the USA that were being brutalized. It was obvious to many in the Black community that the confrontation would have to occur sooner or later. The specific event of George Floyd's tragic murder was in some ways apparently random.
Okay, yeah.
It could be seen as a spark that ignited a powder keg, but that some spark was going to come should have been obvious to anyone who pays attention to the subject of police brutality in the USA. I missed it along with many of my fellow leftists, and that is an unfortunate fact. What if more of us had done a better job analyzing these obvious dynamics, the internal characteristics of the police state? What if we had seen it coming as we could and should have? Perhaps we could have had better preparations with defensive gear, gas masks, bail funds, shields, anti-police tactics, and all the other equipment and systems and training that we had to develop on an ad hoc basis throughout.
I'm sorry, what? I was married to a Chinese for 20 years, lived in China. Asian wives is racist. You mean like having an Asian wife is racist? Or that Asian wives are racist
the 2020
to you?
Protests. Certainly, there were people who were prepared for this, but it would have obviously been better if a lot more people were prepared. It could have saved countless lives and prevented countless injuries if we had been better prepared.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
This is serious stuff. Of course, COVID and the BLM protests were not the only situations that I did not predict accurately in 2020, even though I probably should have. Back in 2019, during the DNC primaries, when we were all so innocent and young, I was pretty confident that Joe Biden would not become the candidate for the DNC. As much as I was hoping it would be Bernie, I didn't really expect him to make it through the DNC electioneering either.
It's always stuck at 419, always has been.
I was thinking it was probably going to be somebody like Elizabeth Warren or Pete Buttigieg who would get the nomination.
Oh, the phrase
Biden
Asian wives
like
is racist. Yeah, that's true.
Overtly conservative neoliberal. I figured there was no way that he would make it through. It seemed to me like the DNC would have to pick someone with at least some token appeal to progressive liberals, since the progressive movement has grown so much since 2016 in the USA. So at first, when Biden was chosen, I gotta say, I was pretty sidelined. It seemed like such...
To be clear for people who don't know it, all of the blessed individuals, there's like a weird like online movement, I think it's on like Facebook and shit, called Libertarian Guys with Asian Wives. I don't know why it's so common, like as a phenomenon, and enough that it's like a weird like... There's like a big Facebook group on it. I remember seeing some posts about it. It's very strange.
A random result to me, but looking back now, I can see that it was the obvious outcome, and Biden was the obvious choice for the DNC. After all, the DNC is an overtly conservative neoliberal party with overtly conservative neoliberals in charge. When I look back now, I honestly can't imagine anyone else having been chosen based on the internal characteristics of the Democrats.
I don't understand.
Of course they would go ride or die for a guy who wants to veto universal health care during a pandemic, and of course his running mate would be a notorious top cop attorney general during a period of unprecedented civil unrest due to police violence. This was not a random occurrence set about by external factors pressuring the DNC. It was completely obvious.
Anyways, whatever. It doesn't matter.
It happened based on the internal dynamics of the Democratic.
I'm not accusing non-compete of doing
National
that.
Convention, and frankly, I'm embarrassed that I ever thought otherwise. So now that we've looked at some past examples of analysis using obviousness versus randomness, let's.
Oh, this is so. Damn. This is a prediction. January 6, 2:53 p.m. Just as the Civil War pitted brother against brother, the current DC protests pit on-duty cops against off-duty cops. And fucking nailed it. Nailed it right in the middle.
Let's now turn our eyes towards the future. As leftists in 2021, it will be strategically necessary for us to start making a plan based on what seems obvious and what might be random. But we must be careful because any error may send us down the wrong path, hampering the progress of our movement. The predictions I'm about to make are for entertainment purposes only. Planning revolutionary activity requires really serious and coordinated analysis, and I wrote the script by myself in one afternoon, so please don't take it too seriously. All I'm really trying to do is show you how you might use dialectical materialist category pair of obviousness and randomness in your own strategic planning and analysis. Okay, so let's give it a go. Question 1, what impact will the Capitol riots have on Biden's administration? We can already see that the DNC and liberal media institutions are finally taking Trump's fascism at least kind of seriously in response to the violence at the Capitol. The DNC is finally again pushing to impeach Trump, and Twitter and Facebook have finally kicked Trump off of their platforms. Now, one has to wonder, why did it take so friggin' long? Why were there no repercussions to Trump bragging about ordering the assassination of Michael Reinl, or Trump sending federal police to brutalize BLM protesters and kidnap them in unmarked vans? Why was the Capitol violence taken more seriously than the Trump administration's genocidal negligence in responding to COVID-19, which has led to the deaths of about 350,000 people so far? Well, the answer to that question is pretty obvious. Trump's followers storming the Capitol threatened powerful political figures directly, but even more importantly, the riot threatened the legitimacy of the state. As many liberal pundits have since commented, a rowdy gang of fascist hooligans horsing off in the vaunted halls of the majestic palace of federal power that is the Capitol building was embarrassing for the United States government.
That's probably
Murdering
true.
hundreds of innocent BLM protesters and hundreds of thousands of COVID victims is one thing, but making the state look bad, we can't have that. It's completely shameful that the Democrats and capitalist media and social media platforms have waited until Trump's last week in office to finally confront him and his fascist followers, but it shouldn't be surprising if you understand the obvious internal characteristics of capitalist hegemony. Sure. Looking ahead with these obvious characteristics of capitalism in the state in mind, we should see it as obvious that the state will do all it can to legitimize Joe Biden and the office of the presidency in the weeks to come. In the coming months, it's obvious that the DNC and Joe Biden will begin passing domestic terrorism legislation and making changes to ensure that something like the Capitol riot doesn't occur again with Biden as president. It should also be obvious that liberalism views fascism and anti-fascist ideologies like anarchism and communism as
cops are
competitors.
bad cops.
And so these laws will restrict fascist and anti-fascist action indiscriminately. Biden has already said he wants to give $300 million to the police once he takes office. So it should be obvious that these funds will be used to reshape the police in some way, not to reduce violence against innocent black people, of course, nor to reduce the lethal cruelty of the American police state, but to bolster the strength of the neoliberal capitalist hegemony under Joe Biden and the DNC Congress. This should be obvious based on the authoritarian wolf in sheep's clothing characteristics of neoliberalism, which we saw very well under the Obama-Biden administration in places like Ferguson. Now, here's another question. What's going to happen to Donald Trump and his fascist following in the weeks and months to come? For that,
my prediction again with this is you compare them to like someone in Freud's like Oedipal triangle, or affected by it, which Freud thinks is everyone, of course. Who just experiences fatherly abandonment, which is, according to Freud, one of the worst things that can happen to an individual, which is like there's this despair and then potentially random acts of violence, but then fundamentally a sort of a folding back into the American political system, in which, you know, this movement of people, or if you can even call it a movement, a group of people with these fascistic sympathies will simply be rendered like a voter base that Marjorie Taylor Greene can micro-target to, you know. That's it. For now. For now.
For that matter, what's going to happen to the Republican Party in a post-Trump world? I think in the short term, there's a lot of randomness here. Trump can be a bit of a wild card himself, but I haven't seen any indication that he's going to tamp down on his dog whistling or calls for violence. While I think it's unlikely that he will directly stage a coup up to the inauguration, I do take Trump at his word when he said in his second to last tweet, "The 75 million great American patriots who voted for me, America first, and Make America
Back
Great
into
Again
the Pringle
will
tube,
have
yeah.
a giant voice long into the future." I also believe him in his very last tweet when he says he will not be going to the inauguration on January 20th. Knowing Trump, there will be some moments of chaos between now and the 20th. That much is obvious based on the internal characteristics of his personal psychology and the fascist ideology of his followers. But there are just too many random external factors to know exactly what form this chaos is going to take. All I know is I wouldn't want to be anywhere near Washington, D.C. or any other city with a large fascist population around January 20th when Biden...
Because I don't think the Oedipal stuff is... I'm very sympathetic to anti-Oedipus. And the idea that, like, the nuclear family is like a historical monstrosity more than anything else. That there are absolutely social formations in which child rearing is done in a much more productive way than simply mother, father.
Biden takes office. But looking into the longer term, there are some obvious angles which do allow us to make some predictions here. It's obvious that a lot of the more traditional Republicans who have been opportunistically backing Trump will continue to distance themselves from the MAGA.
Yeah, that's the real Oedipal triangle, is the father, uncle, me.
crowd and attempt to recede back into the melange of milquetoast neoliberal
Read The Ecology of Freedom? That's the one Bookchin book I've read. I'm trying to think. Does Bookchin talk about matriarchal practices in child rearing?
Of Reagan, Bush, and John McCain. The fasci elements of the GOP at every...
I guess the first nature is like the quote-unquote natural way. And then second nature involves the development of the nuclear family.
Level will have to make a call. Are they going to stick with Trump and the QAnon crowd to entrench their fascist position, or will they jump ship like Betsy DeVos and Mick Mulvaney and several other staff members of Trump to try to blend back into the conservative crowd? Trump and his most diehard followers certainly aren't going to just disappear. It's simply an obvious internal characteristic of Donald Trump and QAnon magats that they are true believers, cult-like, smellers of their own farts, and groups like the Proud Boys will be more active and violent than ever in 2021. Now that he's off Twitter and Facebook, with other prominent fascists either already deplatformed or likely to follow, alternative institutions will be built and bolstered by displaced.
Oh shit. They're gonna nationalize Alibaba? I mean, this is what like a competent capitalist nation state does. This type of shit. I mean, they're doing capitalism better than we are. This is... Yeah, that's I don't think Jack Ma is dead. I think he's just hiding. I think that's the easiest explanation. I don't think they would have had him killed.
Nazis. Going back to the internal characteristics of capitalist hegemony, it's obvious that a lot of these media crackdowns will have collateral impact on leftists on social media. Anti-fascists, anarchists, communists, and other radical leftists have already been similarly deplatformed, and this is likely to get worse in 2021. You see, when we say that liberals want to go back to brunch now that Biden is president, we mean that it is an internal characteristic of liberalism that they do not want the status quo to be challenged in any way.
Is this a meme?
And mind you, I'm including garden variety Democrats and Republicans alike when I say
competent capitalism is when the government nationalizes stuff. So true. Well, competent capitalism is when a nation state, you know, acts towards the interests of the entire bourgeois national class. I'm assuming it's a meme, but yeah. Imagine this is the video in which actually they found him and he's just chilling. I'm aware that is not Jack Ma. I'm aware that it's not. Like competent capitalism is when the bourgeois state acts in the interests of the national class, the national bourgeois class, and, you know, stops particular members of the bourgeoisie from being able to do things that are against the interests of the class at large and for their particular interests. Whereas, our capitalist state is very bad at doing that. It absolutely allows for the individual bourgeois, member of the bourgeoisie, to do whatever they want, to be corrupt, etc., at the expense of the interests of the bourgeois class, making capitalism run less efficiently, etc., but for their own personal interests.
Mainstream corporate Republicans and Democrats and their centrist followers are going to want to leave the late teens and 2020 behind in 2021.
So is this social democracy the most efficient capitalist system? I would say the most efficient system is social democracy without elections, which is basically, that's essentially what we see in China. A type of social democracy, some elements of social democracy, which is to say that it uses the left not as a way to attack capitalist state power, but as a way to protect it and take the worst elements of the system and mend them as less harmful, making the system more stable, repairing the inexorabilities inherent in the system. That's the most efficient.
Their fingers in their ears, cover their eyes, and pretend everything is normal again, even though normalcy for black folks, LGBTQ folks, poor folks, and a whole lot of other folks has been nothing.
Nazis were social democrats economically. That's not true. The Nazi economic system is bizarre. I was reading a bit into this. It's not even similar to like Mussolini's corporatism. It's very strange and incredibly inefficient, by the way. Very inefficient. Their economy would have collapsed if they didn't go to war in 1939. They were already sort of like running on fumes in a certain sense, and they needed a shit ton of capital or cash to inject into the economy, or it would have collapsed.
But violent and chaotic, going back to the foundation of the USA. So yeah, fascists and anti-fascists alike, really anyone who wants to change the status quo, will be targeted by censorship and deplatforming by neoliberal political and media institutions. In this regard, Trump and the fascists have a head start on us. InfoWars, Fox News, 4chan, and Parler, and various other media and social media platforms exist for the right. This echoes to me the situation about 4 or 5 years ago when right-wing extremists...
I think they might be taking the wrong thing from that, at least in my reading, which is to say, like, look at what happened to Parler. It's a great example because I'm sure this was written before Parler got literally destroyed in like 2 days. When these right-wing independent outlets become a threat in any way to the stability of the market, they're immediately destroyed, immediately taken down, and there's no capacity they have to bring one up. Like and the same thing with like right-wing accounts on Twitter and YouTube, etc. They're taken down. Right. And I think what that demonstrates is like that this mode of organizing fundamentally of like, let's make online content, needs to be subservient to like an actual movement, which is in the real world, which doesn't get its root consciousness from online discussions or, online radicalization, but people in their real worlds being met in that real world and radicalized there. Facebook wasn't taken down, but they took down a shit ton of QAnon accounts on Facebook. That's what I'm saying.
Had a commanding presence on YouTube and other social media platforms in the
wake. Do you think it could happen on 4chan? I don't know. I don't know the capacities they have to immediately take that type of shit down.
Of Gamergate. Fortunately, anarchists, communists, anti-fascists, and other radical leftists have been able to rapidly build our own presence on social media. But we should see it as obvious that just as easily as the fascists are now being routed from these platforms, we on the left can and will eventually be routed out from these platforms.
And worse.
Because again, an internal characteristic of neoliberalism is to maintain the status quo of capitalism. So I suggest we begin building and bolstering leftist platforms of our own. I hope that we can see more leftists on PeerTube and Mastodon. I hope that camaraderie.co gets launched soon. I hope that more of you will subscribe to Means TV, which, by the way, I can get you a pretty cool
You should subscribe to Means TV. I will say it's good.
discount
It's cool.
on if you become a non-compete Patreon, so you should check that out. Oh!
It's not praxis or whatever.
What's going on? It's a theory alert! If you've studied dialectical materialism, you're probably familiar with the principle of quantities and qualities. If not, congratulations, you're not a giant nerd like I am. Long story short, things are always gradually changing over time. A seed doesn't instantly become a tree. It grows slowly, and when enough quantities of characteristics have changed from seed-like to tree-like, the quality of the object that was a seed becomes a tree. Sometimes, as something is in the process of undergoing this kind of quality change, it can get a little temporarily stuck because the forces of change on either side are temporarily balanced. We call this state equilibrium, and I believe
First mistake was using AWS. Yeah, that's true. Because those cloud hosting services, it was Amazon and Apple and another one were like, we're not hosting that shit. Fuck that. No, we don't look bad. And then Parler had nothing.
Fascism and neoliberalism have been in a state of equilibrium.
And the one thing I will say about that is like independent cloud hosting services are very minor. These big corporations are absolutely eating up the like in terms of like what AWS has like 45% of like cloud hosting services on the internet. It's a ridiculous number, and it's only getting larger. Combine that with Apple and other sort of larger scale. Like the independent leftist websites or whatever are necessarily going to be small, and the big companies are only beginning now to develop. It's AWS and Azure are the two main ones. Large companies are now starting to. Yes, Netflix is on AWS. That's people don't realize one of the big elements of Amazon's like business plan is their cloud hosting. But companies are starting to realize the potential of cloud hosting, and there's more corporations are starting to get into it. So this is the beginning. Google Cloud is the third one that they are denied Parler of. Apple's doing it, Google's doing it, etc. It's only going to get bigger from here. The cloud hosting is only going to get more corporate from here. That's the imminent tendency of the internet. As of now, and I don't see it changing ever, or at least in the near future, at least in this economic system, is it's going to become more corporate. So like, if the response is like, well, we need to develop our own cloud hosting, it's like, that is a Herculean task. If you want to use that as a way of radicalizing people, bringing people onto your websites. You know, like, it's so much easier to just think like, well, we got to go elsewhere. And this should be liberating. I think this should be a liberating realization. You go elsewhere. Avoid using cloud hosting. I guess there are different ways of doing that. I'm admittedly not a particularly, well, as the cloud is dangerous, I guess you can make your own servers, but again, like, the idea of competing on the whole internet as like, well, we want to get a considerable size of it, which is what's required if you want to build a movement, right? I don't think that makes sense. You can self-host, but you have to go. Okay, I admittedly do not know the specifics. Hosting service is very expensive. That's why it's such a smart business model. That's why, because you're like, well, Amazon is like, we have so much fucking space, it's very efficient to store shit on our cloud service. Because, cloud storage, it exists in the Amazon servers, right? It's so hard to compete on a large scale if you're not a large corporation. And you're not going to get, the leftist movement isn't going to get the support of a big cloud service, gets DDoS protection. It's all that shit. It's very difficult. I'm admittedly not a technical person, so a lot of the specifics I don't know. But it's difficult. And if you want to compete on a larger scale, like it, you know. Well, Alex Jones is a good example of someone who's a grifter, right? We shouldn't use the Alex Jones model as like a basis for left-wing stuff. Yeah, leftist stockbrokers funding anarchist cloud servers, you know, like it doesn't. Yeah, the scale is very difficult, meaning like the more money you have and the more capacity you have to invest, the more efficient and easier it is to do cloud hosting stuff and to host servers in general. Wait, okay, self-hosting is only an option in a world with symmetric bandwidth and static IPs, which is miraculously what the current system is going towards slowly. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I think a lot of this I don't understand from you guys. I know some of you know way more about this than I do, but I don't think any of it contradicts with what I'm saying. Take the money you spend on servers and do food programs. Yeah, exactly.
Out 2020, an uneasy détente, that's nerd talk for ceasefire, has set in as fascists have confronted BLM and leftists in the streets, and fascist QAnon weirdos have been partially subdued by their confidence in the group of bumbling assholes who occupied the White House until now. Now, as I discussed in my video on the liberal-fascist bargain, neoliberalism will support fascism in surreptitious
I was gonna
ways
watch that,
to oppose
and then it was like Destiny discourse, and I was like, I don't give a shit.
Capitalism. For the 4 years of Trump's presidency, the liberal media and DNC opposition tried to maintain a state of equilibrium, allowing fascism to spread as a counter to socialist ideas, which have also been growing more popular. To me, it also seems obvious that liberals have allowed violence between fascists and anti-fascists, including the police, throughout 2020, and every attempt has been made to put all of the blame for all of the...
Wait, let me see. Trump has instructed aides not to pay Giuliani's legal fees. And has demanded that he personally approve any reimbursements for the expenses Giuliani incurred while traveling. By the way, Giuliani is getting disbarred. If you don't know, he's getting disbarred. I don't know if I talked about that. It's so funny, right? It's a perfect end to Trump. It's the funniest end possible. I know that when he got coronavirus, I said the funniest ending was that he was going to die, potentially of coronavirus. I was wrong. This is the funniest ending. You can't write this shit. You can't even predict it. The fact that he's literally abandoning everyone for himself. He's like fucking broke. He got impeached again. He's literally like his fans or supporters are calling him a cuck. I mean, it's perfect. It's perfect. It's so funny.
Violence on anarchists and Antifa by fascists and neoliberals alike.
Don't think he's getting disbarred. He was kicked out of the New York Bar Association. Okay, I'd honestly. Is that different? I mean, it's still bad, right?
Neoliberals want to be able to point at the conflict between fascists and anti-fascists as evidence that the neoliberal center is a bastion of peace and stability. But what do you think would have happened if anti-fascists did not confront fascism? What if nobody stood up to police brutality and groups like the Proud Boys? The state certainly isn't prepared to oppose police brutality, and the police are certainly not prepared to oppose fascist violence. Only leftists and anti-fascists and radical black liberation activists have been willing and able to stand
the only ones
against
who have the capacity.
This violence. So all of this should be obvious to the people who understand.
On a larger structural level, they're the only groups that have the capacity. They're the only social formations that have the capacity to meaningfully stand against that. And stand against the root causes of it. Which is why it's so annoying to see the like, oh, you know, what we have to do is ally with libs to make sure that fascism goes away, and then we can talk about. It's like you gotta think a little bit bigger than that.
The internal characteristics of the state, of fascism, of white supremacism, and of neoliberalism. Neoliberalism has supported fascism, but only opportunistically. If neoliberals feel they've gotten the upper hand, they will jump on it. Now that it seems that Trump is leaving the White House, despite all the promises delivered by Q Drops and Trump himself, this state of equilibrium between fascism and neoliberalism is coming to an end. I believe
by capacity, like ability to do so. Like it's the idea of like the state and police being the primary force that ensures that the social causes of fascism don't happen is like contradictory.
Capitol riot marked a quality shift, both for fascists and neoliberals, and the fascists and neoliberals of 2021 are going to look quite a bit different from the fascists and neoliberals of 2020. I'm so tired of saying neoliberal. Further evidence of this is that neoliberals are quite suddenly pushing Trump and his fascist minions off of capitalist platforms now, in the final days of the Trump administration, to clean house for a resurrection of neoliberal ideals, Congress, and the White House.
Back to normal, baby.
It seems to me that neoliberals see this as an opportunity to shore up their power, and it should be obvious based on the internal characteristics of neoliberalism that we on the left will also be targeted in this year and the years to come. Neoliberals feel on top of the...
Which again, there is a discourse where it's like, oh, don't report those right-wing guys to the FBI or whatever. You're strengthening... And it's like, I don't even know if you're strengthening the surveillance state if you do that. You're not strengthening its capacity to strike the left. Especially if it's exclusively related to like far-right people. I don't see any problems with that.
World right now, and so they may be mothballing that uneasy, surreptitious alliance that they've been having with fascism ever since Trump took office. So how will the relationship between fascism and neoliberalism evolve in 2021? How will these dynamics shape out? That remains to be seen, but I do think that we can make some predictions based on the internal characteristics.
I would argue that fascism and neoliberalism have a break. Or the word neoliberal is like an empty signifier at this point. But like I think it's pretty clear, like something like and obviously the distinction as like, the Deleuzian analysis is that capitalism happens, fascism happens, the desire to be ruled, desiring its own repression, is a direct result of capitalism. And this won't make sense if you don't read Deleuze, but basically like the regimes of libidinal production and of social production are so different in capitalism compared to other social formations that libidinal production, the production of desire, desires to be constricted in some way by social production, but dominated by forms of government systems that repress it. And that's what fascism comes from, is the difference in regimes, the difference in the nature of libidinal production and social production in capitalism. That's the basic sort of idea. So it's an immanent tendency of capitalism, right? Meaning that like to view them as contradictory or as competing forces doesn't make sense. But then also that what capitalism, the social formations around capitalism fundamentally function to do what? To extract surplus value, to increase the flows of capitalism. And what have those who exist in important positions in relation to corporations, etc., that are at the sort of the most important figures in relation to increasing the extraction of flows of capital doing? What decision have they made? Just to point this up, the decision they made was that the protests and the potential right-wing violence in the movement is actually bad for the flows of capital. That everything that they want to do is possible and guaranteed in the liberal democratic system. So any right-wing insurrection creates an instability that actually harms the flows of capital. So in that sense, you can see this sort of conflict between like the imminently fascist movement and ideas and neoliberalism, I guess. That's how I would conceptualize it. As, what happened in Washington, D.C. is an offense to the ideals of American democracy. Coca-Cola. So that's, and, Business Roundtable, etc. So it's complicated, right? It's, it's a very complex social system.
The obvious nature of fascism and neoliberalism. So here's another question. What's going to happen with the cops? The Biden-Harris administration has been very adamant that they do not support defunding and abolishing the police. On the contrary, they want to give the cops $300 million more. I see a lot of randomness in this dynamic because there are so many external factors in conflict with each other. We know that throughout 2020, the fascists supported the police. We also know that the fascists have always had great success infiltrating and indoctrinating the police. However...
So again, like what we see here is the to ensure that almost paradoxically, to ensure the flow of goods, the global flow of goods, the division of labor, continues to ensure the flow of capital is at its highest. The international system requires, militarized borders, requires mass human death, suffering, subjugation, oppression, etc. But only in particular specific manifestations, and in some cases, even acts as a limit to potential. In very particular cases, acts as a limit to, like the furthering of those processes too much, right? Which is again to say, actually, no, I don't know if that's true. That's, I guess, how you can see it. Those social formations exist for the sake of the flow of capital, increased extraction of surplus value, etc.
Now that fascists and police have been having direct clashes, and they're likely to have more, we are starting to see some fascists opposing the police, up to and including killing a cop at the Capitol riot.
But again, it's complicated. And of course, the cop who died was a Q person. He was pilled. He had a Parler account, and he followed QAnon accounts on Parler.
Fascists have killed in the last year. Now that fascists don't have their guy in the White House, there will be more confrontations between fascists and the state. Will this lead to a widening rift with cops, or will cops continue to abet fascism? Anyone who has studied the origins of policing, and I have a video on my channel that goes through the history of policing, anyone who studied this stuff knows that the internal characteristics of the police will not allow for Biden and Harris to have success reducing police brutality against marginalized communities, no matter how much money they throw at this problem. So how will things develop as the liberals take over executive authority of this brutal state machine? This depends a lot on us, the left, and how effectively police abolitionists are able to communicate and spread our ideas. In this case, we are the external factor, which gives us a lot of power to control the randomness if we choose the right strategies. We can have a real impact in 2021 when it comes to the police. We will have opportunities. It's on us to leverage those opportunities and move the needle on this problem. I believe things are going to develop very rapidly in 2021, and the left has a lot of great opportunities to build our movement and weaken both liberalism and fascism this year. But we also face a lot of challenges, from fascist violence to neoliberal primacy to censorship and civil liberty crackdowns that are probably coming our way. What obvious internal characteristics of the current hegemony you see? What random external factors must we consider in our planning? Do you disagree with any of my assessments here? Sound off in the comments. I know you will anyway. And as always, stay safe.
That's a great video. You should follow them. Here you go. We can watch the Thought Slime video too in the playlist. Thank you, Maya, for making me a little playlist. I know that Thought Slime's take was full on what I disagree with, which is like, oh, it's the coup. We have to work with the center. I think that was their position on Twitter. So we'll watch the video and see. American explains how the Chinese government works. Oh, we're not going down that. We're not going down the dangest Bay Area lawyer right now. I'm sorry.
Uh-oh, look out, a content warning. This video is about a fascist movement that is committing all sorts of terrorist acts and violence, so just be aware, this is probably not going to be a chill video. Maybe if those types of things upset you, like more than the normal amount that they upset everyone, then it's not a good video to watch for you, is my advice.
Not TOS.
As the guy who
I'm assuming so. I think he's just talking about it, right?
Made it. Fascists. God's...
Actually, I was thinking about this. I don't know if I articulated this at any point on the stream. But I know that I remember hearing some... you can't find anything? Look at Travis View's Twitter accounts. He was the one who found that out. I quote tweeted it, actually. Let me show you guys. Brian Sicknick, police officer who died defending Capitol, had a Parler account which followed several major QAnon influencers. He did not post content. And we know he's a Trump supporter, so it wasn't like, oh, he was monitoring them for extreme activities. There it is, X22. 22.
Greatest mistake. We talk about...
Oh, yeah. the way a lot of Nazis actually refer to the Charlottesville protest was like a major defeat for their movement. It actually, because the backlash to it actually made it harder for them to be like fascists and white supremacists in public. At least I heard some post about that. I think that's fairly true, right? It cost them heavily. There's a very high possibility that the Capitol Hill stuff is the exact same thing. I think, I don't know, that's how I'm viewing it right now. Which is, again, like, the fascist threat is not imminent to destroying the system. The main cause of mass human death and destruction that you should be worried about fundamentally is the status quo, is the neoliberal
Them a
order.
lot on the left and tend to paint with a pretty broad brush. We like to think of all fascists as thinking the same, behaving the same, and more or less being simple to recognize. It's ironic, given the fascist tendency to despise diversity, that there's a wide-ranging diversity of thought among different fascist groups. If we expect all fascists to act alike, that allows fascists that act differently to operate unnoticed. Welcome to Know Your Fash, where we take a closer look at a specific group of fascists to see what makes them goose-step. It's my hope that by shining a light on these creeps, we can understand why they think the way they do and why they operate the way they do a little better so that we're more equipped to fight them and anyone else they inspire. You know, researching far-right extremist groups can be a difficult process sometimes. Often, they go to great lengths to hide their intentions or beliefs. This helps them attract normies and avoid being kicked off of social media platforms where expressing themselves more clearly would violate community guidelines. And that has a tendency to shield them from criticism because the dangerous or hateful things they do and believe are often not the things that the public sees. Those things are carefully hidden away, giving them plausible deniability which their gormless defenders will pounce upon. In my comments section. Also, sometimes the thing they do is when you spend a week researching a group of far-right extremists, a bunch of far-right extremists might storm the Capitol building of Washington, D.C. and recontextualize everything you wrote in a way that your video, at this point, cannot meaningfully address. That's another danger you face. You've likely heard a lot of conflicting information about the subject of today's video, the Boogaloo movement, or Boogaloo Boys. You've maybe heard that they're more aligned with left-wing extremists than right-wing ones. A popular bit of...
Right, Trump's political project with AfD in Germany, Bolsonaro, and Brexit have all run through with neoliberals, and that alliance isn't ending now. Yeah, they're not so much a populist backlash against neoliberalism, but backlash from within neoliberalism. That's a good way of viewing it. Eurosceptic neolibs who want to differ in the 90s. Quinn Siobhan has been good about this. Very clear definition of neoliberalism. Okay, cool. That's interesting.
Of complete nonsense that right-wingers often pretend to believe whenever one of them does a terrorism. Let's just put a pin in that discussion for now. We'll come back to it.
Yes, you can't support the center pragmatically to prevent fascism. You are ensuring that the social apparatus that produces fascism is stronger. In like the very immediate context, maybe it helps, but it immediately fucking, is demonstrated as a bad decision. There needs to be like separate leftist power.
First blush, this whole thing seems like just one big shitpost. The same type of insular nonsense meme that the online right loves to weaponize. Like honklers or wojacks or... What am I doing with my life that I know what these things are? They wear Hawaiian shirts because that's what you wear to a big luau. Get it? They put a big igloo on their flag. They're all in it's the ice house, everybody.
Well, that's the thing. The Boogaloo Boys are an incoherent ideology insofar as wait, the dude with the Camp Auschwitz sweatshirt was an Olympic swimmer? A gold medal winning Olympic swimmer. Okay. Okay. Damn. Sorry, that's not incoherent. That doesn't ruin my analogy. It's just I didn't... Oh, there's a comma. Wait, there's a comma. Wait. Oh, there's a comma. Oh. Oh, that's lame. Oh, come on. Did you guys, I mean, I guess I said it and then I put it on screen. That's absolutely a bait. You do end. If there's only 2 of them, you don't put a comma, you put end. That's such a dumb headline. I feel so betrayed.
LOL, it's all just jokes, and none of it is a transparent attempt to disguise their iconography.
Is there 3? Oh, I didn't read.
That
okay.
bypasses restrictions put on them by social media platforms whose guidelines on hate.
No, there's 2. Man with Camp Auschwitz sweatshirt, Olympic swimmer. That's 2. That's 2 people.
Speech and inciting violence they might violate. Oh, also, another thing about them that you should know is that they're gathering firearms and munitions.
Read the first line. Is there a line of... What do you mean? You guys are just fucking with me. What do you mean the first line? Oh, the first line of the story. And a Proud Boys supporter. Well, yeah, but that's the first line. That's not the title. If I read this, I would have realized it was a list. But I didn't. I just read the title. There's 3 in the title. Olympic swimmer. What are you talking about? Am I missing something? No, you guys are just trolling me. You are literally trolling me.
In training for a violent overthrow of the United States federal government. Clearing the air about them is difficult because, unlike a traditional fascist movement, the Boogaloo Boys are a decentralized quasi-militia composed of a lot of different groups. Not all of them are openly white supremacist, and some of them have attempted to express their support for Black Lives Matter, for example. The degree to which this support should be taken at face value is dubious, but we should be careful not to just make generalizations about them. What is clear, though, is that there are enough openly white supremacist and neo-Nazi Boogaloo Boys that the less radicalized members effectively provide cover for the more radicalized. This muddying of the waters allows them to operate more openly and retreat behind the confusion that the inconsistencies among their beliefs provide. Okay, so in 1984, the film Break Into Electric Boogaloo was released, and yes, somehow, despite all odds, this is relevant information. The film is about a trio of breakdancers trying to save their local rec center from a greedy land developer, and the title references a form of funk dance called Boogaloo. But it's worth noting also that the producers of the film, Yoram Globus and Menahem Golan, just liked the word Boogaloo. Like the villain of the film The Apple was named Mr. Boogaloo, seemingly for no reason, which I mention just so that I can show you what Mr. Boogaloo looks like. It's a very silly word and a very funny subtitle. It's a meme.
Yeah, basically, a lot of the Boogaloo Boys, I mean, it's an incoherent ideology, so a lot of them even, like the only slant is towards, like, chaos, basically, and towards another civil war. The contents of that civil war are, like, for the individual to choose, which is bizarre, and it's not even a political ideology in the traditional sense. Meaning the question of, like, how will the Boogaloo Boys react to an event is, like, well, it depends on which one of them, because it's not a coherent, it's like an absurd, irrational ideology. Many of them, or some of them at least, even supported, like, Black Lives Matter. Because they were fighting the cops, or they were opposed to the cops.
Line to refer to the second of everything
it's like,
is,
again, it's
that
like
thing too, Electric Boogaloo. While I personally maintain that it's funnier to say, that thing, Tokyo Drift. You've definitely heard the joke before.
It's Civil War II Electric Boogaloo.
Completely played out at this point. You'd have to be a completely humorless lummox to still think it's funny. So naturally, far-right extremists eat that shit up. The Boogaloo they're referring to, depending on who you ask, is either a reference to a second Civil War or a second American Revolution, i.e. Civil War II Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah.
That's not to say that they necessarily want to spark a second civil war or revolution, though, to be clear, many of them certainly do, but that they wish to prepare for one which they view as inevitable and fast approaching. Okay. Whether or not such a state of affairs is desirable is a subject of much debate in the Boogaloo community. The cause of the conflict, however, not so much. Their belief is that the American federal government will, at some point, attempt to seize all firearms from the population, which will lead inevitably to civil unrest and likely the complete breakdown of the social order, which it probably would, which is why the American federal government is probably not ever going to do that. It's kind of a wild fantasy. There's more guns than people in the United States. Like, chill. They're not going to take your guns. This obsession with guns being taken away should not be surprising, given that the Boogaloo movement largely developed on 4chan's K-board, which is a subforum dedicated to weapons and firearms. The culture of K reflects the nebulous politics of the Boogaloo movement. Unlike most of 4chan, where the far-right ideologues tend to dominate discussion, K at least attempts to remain apolitical. Robert Evans and Jason Wilson of Bellingcat write, K is hardly a bastion of sweetness and light. Like all 4chan boards, it is littered with every imaginable slur. But unlike Pol, militant white nationalism is not the default ideological position. Although gun owners tend to lean right, the board explicitly discourages any political discussion. A sticky post at the top of the forum, made in October 2015, just as the alt-right culture born on Pol was turbocharging the Trump campaign, warns that discussions of politics, even gun control, are unwelcome. Similarly, the Boogaloo movement isn't really united politically aside from a general enthusiasm for gun ownership and a tendency to skew to the very far right. To call it a movement almost seems like a stretch, to be honest. It's more like a meme around which other movements tend to galvanize.
Yeah.
All of whom are far-right extremists, to be clear. A lot of people are invested in pretending like they're not. Like, for example, the Department of Homeland Security, who claimed in a tweet rebuking Politico that the Boogaloo movement is neither left-wing or right-wing, but consisted of members from both ends of the political spectrum. They went on to say that this is precisely why the mainstream media is losing credibility with the vast majority of Americans, which ought to give you a pretty clear picture
a great DHS take about the mainstream media.
Where the DHS's ideological sympathies lie in the matter. That's not the type of thing that a department of government should be editorializing about.
That's hilarious.
The DHS
why would they?
is wrong, according to experts, however.
Why would they
According
tweet
to a
that?
write-up in The Guardian, one CNN article on Boogaloo supporters at protests included an interview with a man who claimed to be a left anarchist. I pause here to note that you can claim to be anything. I hereby claim to be an astronaut. And also, that is the king of all anarchists.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are some of them that thought they were leftist and maybe acted in some ways that helped BLM protests. I'm sure they're a minority. And to have no, like, the implication that they're in any way ideologically affiliated, the right and the left, can't be taken from that. It's more just that some people have incoherent ideologies.
A thing that it makes sense to be, and also I have always been, that I hereby declare that it's total malarkey for any anarchist to be associated with these clowns. But extremism experts agree that Boogaloo ideology overall is, in fact, right-wing. How do they know? For one, they look at...
It's like, it's ideology in like the Zizekian sense, insofar as it's like a negative as opposed to an actual belief. That's how he explains how like ideology is cynical now. It appears as post-ideological. Even though like in the vacuum, in the sort of void of beliefs and the cynicism, ideology is, that's where ideology plays itself out in the realm of the unconscious. You know, the mediation of the, you know, ego, etc.
Look at images of the Boogaloo flag, which is sometimes emblazoned with the names of right-wing anti-government martyrs, including Americans killed in infamous standoffs with the police at Ruby Ridge in 1992, and during the occupation of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge in 2016.
Like the traditional ideological critique in Marxism is critiquing the content of people's opinions and thoughts and pointing out how they come from ideology. Bourgeois ideology, but Marx says, but Zizek, that's a weird Freudian slip. Zizek says that the traditional analysis is no longer possible. That ideology doesn't function in the realm of the conscious opinion, but in the lack of opinion in the subconscious, and therefore you can't critique the direct ideas. You critique the social phenomena and their affiliations.
16.
Are the Boogaloo Boys unconditional accelerationists? Sort of. I sort of don't know what UAC even is. All that I am explicitly opposed to accelerationism. It doesn't make sense. I don't see any objective analysis in which the more capitalism accelerates, the better the higher potential we have to break out of it.
The way we know the Boogaloo movement is a far-right movement is because they draw a line directly from Waco and Ruby Ridge, said Alex
But yeah, in the same sense, sorry, I finished the thought. In the same sense that the Boogaloo Boys don't really believe anything, but in that vacuum of belief, that's where ideology functions.
A digital researcher.
So sort of accelerationist, but sort of not, and sort of like not, you know. I'm not LAC. My short story thing is explicitly anti-accelerationist.
At the Center on Terrorism, Extremism,
That's probably
and Counterterrorism at Middlebury Institute for International Studies. They hold up things like the McVeigh bombing of the Oklahoma City Federal Building and the armed response to Ruby Ridge as heroic moments in American history where citizens stood up to government oppression, Newhouse said. Another clear sign that the Boogaloo Boys are right-wing is their decision to show up with guns to guard private businesses, first during demonstrations against public health shutdown restrictions, and later during the protests over George Floyd's killing, Newhouse said. While Boogaloo supporters showed up to George Floyd protests saying they wanted to stand in solidarity with Black Lives Matter protesters against police violence, some also described going to protests to, quote, defend businesses, including big national corporations, against looters and destruction, end quote. Showing up with guns to protect big corporations from property damage is not something that most left-wing protesters would do, Newhouse said, since leftists would be more likely to view corporate stores such as Hobby Lobby as part and parcel of capitalist exploitation. Now, in a sensible world, I shouldn't have to explain to people that the Second Amendment extremists that hang out with a bunch of literal, actual, self-identified neo-Nazis are right-wing extremists. I should not need to take time out of this video to make...
The Marx quote that Zizek loves using is, they don't know what they're doing, but they do it. That's how ideology works. So that's the sort of the good explanation of ideology working in the unconscious. And this is a good example in which, like, some of them don't believe anything. Some of them literally think that, like, they're actually anarchists and they're left-wing. But what they do is defend, like, the private property of someone else, you know? They don't know what they're doing, but they do it.
Clear to you that they're right-wing. But alas, the media and public education system have done such a bad job of explaining these ideas to people that a lot of bad actors can exploit the confusion, like Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz did.
His fucking pants.
The Antifada. Thank you for the raid. I hope the stream went well.
For example, also Trump.
We're just talking about
While it would be preposterous
politics,
to sit here and tell you that each and every person in a Boogaloo Facebook group or Discord channel or parlor circle jerk are card-carrying white nationalists, it is like so many other things in our increasingly inscrutable culture, a red flag that they might be that thing. The Boogaloo meme represents a common language among the far right, allowing for cross-pollination of differing groups and ideologies. It presents an opportunity to further radicalize people of various different beliefs and incite violence against the government and law enforcement. And if you just said based out loud when I said that, you might want to reconsider. This cross-pollination allows fascist militias like the Three Percenters and hardcore neo-Nazi accelerationists like the Base to preach their gospel out.
Isn't this a consequentialist approach to ideology? No. Because it relates, Zizek's account of ideology relates to the function of the unconscious. The ideology becomes present, you know, through his sort of Lacanian analysis of the unconscious. How the libido is mediated by the unconscious before conscious thoughts are even made present, before, you know, it even connects to a social reality. Not based on practical effects necessarily, although you can see how ideology works practically, far more in people's actions and affiliations than in their explicit thoughts and opinions.
Out in the open and share tactics with whatever.
You can see this actually, r/conspiracy is the best example of this. The best example of ideology in Zizek's account, in his philosophical project, where all of this entire page is... Can I show everything here? Is there any TOS stuff? I think this is fine. This entire page for the last couple months has all just been like, why Donald Trump is cool, why Obama stole the election with Italy, you know, like the Italy Gate stuff. Biden is trying to steal the election or whatever. The quote-unquote rational skeptics that don't believe in anything, what do they end up choosing in terms of their ideological affiliation, their political affiliation? It's like the right. It's the desert of ideology, There is no ideology. You are a skeptic. You are a cynic. You don't believe anything. And then it turns out, actually, all of that is ideology. It takes from Althusser's idea that, like, the perception of a world without ideology is itself ideological. Anyways, that's the sort of...
bumblefuck libertarians or anti-lockdown rubes are credulous enough to think it's all a big joke. All of these groups share Boogaloo memes, and it's not unusual to see Boogaloo patches on the jackets of people wearing the skull bandana, a symbol of Atomwaffen, the neo-Nazi terrorist organization dedicated to overthrowing the United States government with nukes, if necessary.
Oh, that's where their name comes from? Okay. I guess they're Nazis. They don't have a coherent position. Yeah, Atom, I guess, yeah. Dank Techno, thank you for the 200 bits.
See why the Boogaloo meme would suit their interests.
Does that in any way, and this is a stupid question, right? But I mean, they're Nazis, so their ideology is insane. Does that in any way relate to the Modern Warfare campaign and what is it? It's like Price's thing. Is it Price? What's the dude who has the skull thing? It is? It's Ghost? Is it related to... It's related to Ghost from Modern Warfare? Or is that a coincidence?
All cops are bad cops.
Jamie Cordova, thank you for the tier 1.
And while I use the word meme, that isn't to excuse the real-world consequences of its popularization.
It's violence.
Among other incidents, Boog boy Steve Carrillo killed a Federal Protective Service officer in Oakland, and a Santa Cruz County deputy wrote the word Boog in his blood, which the Trump administration tried to tie to the protests against the murder of George Floyd and claimed it was the work of radical leftists based on, let me check my notes here. What did they base that on? Nothing. They wasn't and they weren't. Speaking of, though, during those very same protests, 3 Boog boys were arrested on terrorism charges for, allegedly, creating a bunch of Molotovs with the intention of exploding a bunch of shit. In case you're tempted to think that they were in support of Black Lives Matter or whatever, and this is just, further evidence that Black Lives Matter is a violent terrorist organization, keep in mind that this was simply an opportunistic last-minute change of plans. The Associated Press writes, Loomis stated he wanted to firebomb a power substation, according to the informant in the criminal complaint. But on May 28th,
again, these are like the product of fascistic affiliation to Trump, especially now that the fascistic movement has experienced fatherly abandonment. The threat is not the overthrow of the system, at least in the immediate context. The threat is like shit like this, basically.
Instructed the group to observe the riot.
That all of the dedicated Q people who have nowhere to go will probably join these types of movements, or maybe even do shit like this by themselves.
It's occurring nationwide.
There was a quote. I read that 200-page book by that Q person for my QAnon Anonymous book report thing called The Jesus Q Connection, and I know at some point he writes about how, there's this sort of allusion to Day of the Rope, at least subtly, where he's like, what is required for the deep state and all the pedophiles controlling the world would be some sort of revolts or some sort of violence and revolution. Thankfully, we have Q and Trump, and they'll do it for us, so we don't have to do it. We don't have to do that. And so the obvious implication from that, very clearly, is, well, if Q and Trump are gone, what are those people going to think? I think it's pretty clear that it's going to relate to this.
And use that momentum as a driving force to possibly take
How anti-Semitic was the Jesus Q connection? It was oddly more anti-Catholic. The express anti-Semitic references related to George Soros and the Rothschilds. So it's the sort of the dog whistle of no, it's particular Jewish people, not the whole, And of course he views them as lizard people or whatever. And he also views them as the son of Cain. Descendants of Cain, which doesn't make sense because Cain in biblical story doesn't have any descendants that have different genetics or something. I can't remember the specifics of it. Their genes are different in that they're evil. The sons of Cain, the descendants of Cain, and those that manifests in the Rothschild, So it's like the Eitz thing. Yeah. Someone was listening to that podcast. So it's like very close to explicit anti-Semitism, as much as most other Q people are.
Action against a feast.
Yeah, he saw them as serpent people. Yeah, you can see how that's very
on
easily
federal land
anti-Semitic.
north of the Hoover Dam. On May 30th, other targets discussed included a U.S. Forest Service ranger station, the complaint said. The informant stated that Parshall and Loomis's idea behind the explosion was to hopefully create civil unrest and rioting throughout Las Vegas. Perhaps most famously, 13 members of a militia group called the Wolverine Watchmen, who were all of...
I forgot about that shit. I mean, the level to which fucking movies and comic books, and shows are just fucking ingrained into fucking the American psyche. Every time, they do any political action, it's like this is just like how in the movies when the person did it in the movies.
Of course, big-time boogheads were arrested by the FBI for allegedly plotting to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen.
Okay, so I heard a bit about this and how it was that the FBI knew of it before and
Thank God the Dems impeached Donnie. Today I finally have something to tweet about, and I am finally gonna be able to pay the rent for this month.
That's good to hear, Jeff.
If you want to support the smirking chimp, you can do so for just $5 a month.
So true. Everyone has to go give support for the best person on Twitter, Jeff Tiedrick, the caretaker to the Overlook Hotel, which is Twitter.
Whitmer and overthrow the state government. The criminal complaint against them states, on July 27, 2020, a confidential informant met Adam Fox at his business in Grand Rapids. The confidential informant provided the FBI with an audio recording of the meeting. Fox said their best opportunity to abduct Governor Whitmer would be when she was arriving at or leaving either her personal vacation home or the governor's official summer residence. Both residences are located in the Western District of Michigan. Fox described it as a snatch and grab, man. Grab the fucking governor. Just grab the bitch, because at that point, we do that, dude, it's over. Fox said that after kidnapping the governor, the group would remove her to a secure location in Wisconsin for trial. One of those trials that you hold for someone that you've already decided has committed a bunch of crimes that you also imagined. That ought to go well for her. I'm sure she'd be entitled to a vociferous defense. That's how you fight tyranny, everybody, is you get a small group of people together and you decide that they're allowed to kill whoever they want and make all the rules. How else are you going to stop tyranny from happening? None of this is to say that any of these guys were radicalized by Boogaloo memes or whatever. Radicalization doesn't work like that. It's not as though there's one meme that's going to push an otherwise normal person over the edge into an extremist. What I'm trying to drill into your head is that when people make or share Boogaloo memes, when they have boog patches on their jackets, when they wave a flag with a big igloo on it and stripes that symbolize everyone murdered by the state from Eric Garner to people killed in Waco as though those things are equivalent, you should take them at their word. They believe, at best, that civil war is inevitable. And
what's that meme, or I guess it's a meme now, that it's the Japanese author from the 20th century who's like, left-wing violence, right-wing violence, I approve of it all.
They intend to be prepared to fight in it against you.
It's sort of that, basically.
At worst, they believe that it is their moral responsibility to make civil war inevitable. And that includes potential acts of terror and mass murder. They're saying it in a silly way. They're having a little fun with the fact that they want to commit horrific violence, but they're still saying it and doing it right now.
As Lenin once said, shoot a political figurehead or something. I don't know. Yeah, it's classic Lenin.
Out in the open.
To be clear, that's not what Lenin said. He said the opposite. Yeah, Lenin was like a monarchist or something. I don't know. What's this? Based in pillow pilled.
Excuse me, sir. What do you think of boomers? What do you think of boomers? Fuck boomers! Yeah!
They're trying to fucking stop us. Fuck boomers. They signed NAFTA. They allowed Mexicans to come here en masse. They allowed the 60s and 70s immigration control. They allowed everyone to come in here. They made it. They hog buildings. They hog houses. They hog boats. They're fucking greedy pieces of shit. Fuck boomers. One bullet for every...
Oh, Jesus Christ. I won't play the rest of that. That's because, again, yeah, that's, I don't know. You shouldn't have sent me that. You shouldn't have sent me that. That's a good example of, like, Boogaloo Boys, though, right? Like, that's incoherent. Anyways, let's watch this. Saying NAFTA to sound smart. Well, it's just because Trump said NAFTA.
To answer the why of all this, we need to understand the false reality that President Donald Trump has created for a large portion of the United States, an alternate version of events that have no basis in fact, but is nonetheless more believable to those who accept it. This false reality reinforces a pre-existing worldview and is therefore more appealing than the facts. If facts present themselves that contradict the worldview, they can be discarded. And if alternate facts with no basis...
That guy was a Nazi? Well, yeah. It was probably also a Boogaloo Boy, right? He said Day of the Pillow. Oh, I guess is like a way of, like, the direct allusion to the Day of the Rope stuff, but, like, slightly different.
Basis in reality...
Not a very subtle dog whistle there.
...themselves that reinforce the worldview, they can be swallowed whole regardless of their illegitimacy. That worldview includes right-wing nationalism, and for some, ultranationalism. Nationalism as public policy is the prioritization of the nation over the world or foreign interests, which is not unusual, but nationalism as a movement and a culture is different. Trump supporters are not nationalists in the sense that they are policy wonks with complex thoughts about the United States.
That's like an incoherent position. It's absurd. But that's like... The specific opinions and beliefs of a lot of the fascistic movement is totally absurd and incoherent, and uniquely absurd and incoherent, which is sort of different than traditional style of fascism, in which there is like a specific coherent form of propaganda, in which the fascist is supposed to believe.
United States relationship with its allies. They are nationalists in the sense that they believe in the uniqueness and special status of themselves as Americans, and that their conception of what it means to be an American is not simply residency in the United States, but adherence to socially conservative values that they believe define the United States. Deviation from these values are un-American and present those deviating as part of an outgroup that exists outside the protection of the in-group. Not only separate groups, but a hierarchy of groups. Divisions often based on political affiliation, race, religion, and other factors. Donald Trump stoked this pre-existing nationalism by using fanciful, largely false imagery about a mythic past in the history of the United States in which the nation was
I love
great,
the stock
assigning
videos
this period
of, like,
never by
Southerners
an
with
exact
guns.
date, but suggesting it was from before the end of segregation based on some of his statements about the police and protesters. A movement based on far-right ultranationalism.
QAnon people just need to lose. Don't show them to lose. We're gonna get more Nick Lands. That's what's gonna happen.
Reliant on a mythic past to justify a cultural hierarchy is called a fascist movement. One tactic of fascists is to define fascism as something else, purposefully confusing the opposition and enablers so that their movement can continue unabated. Fascism is an ideology and a movement, but not a form of government, in the same way that conservatism is an ideology and a movement, but not a form of government. For a more thorough explanation of fascism, please see the video MAGA and Fascism in the description. Fascism is inherently duplicitous due to its reliance on a mythic past and scapegoat enemies. Because of this, it requires the maintenance of the aforementioned false reality. Trump's false reality
which again, I would say, just as to be clear, like that is a more sort of traditional reading of fascism, a la Umberto Eco, for instance, where there's this sort of this list of different relational things. He sort of takes from Wittgenstein's idea of like game theory, and what like a game is a set of some conditions that may be that repeat themselves but aren't necessary conditions within games. That there are these particular, I think it's like 10 or so general conditions of fascism that manifest themselves. And these are express opinions and beliefs more so. Like, you know, the belief, they're family resemblances. That's the word. One of them being like these explicit beliefs. Belief in there is an enemy that is, which is to say that, like, I guess the analysis I'm more doing is more of an unconscious one again, where the point is not to analyze explicit beliefs, but where those beliefs take an individual and where their affiliations are.
Like this.
Which again isn't to say that this is wrong. It's just a different way of doing it.
Anything positive said about Trump is truth-telling, and anything negative said about Trump is fake news. Because of Trump's close relationship with conservative media figures, the term fake news was propagated.
For prerequisites for anti-Oedipus. The ultimate, I mean, the obvious point is like you're asking a source of authority for what you need to read before you're allowed to read something. Hashtag Trump 2020. That confuses me. I haven't gotten someone type Trump 2020 since before the election. You know it's 2021, dude. I don't know, is that like a bit? Is someone doing? Your guy isn't doing too well, man. Maybe it's a bot. Maybe someone has programmed bots to like post it in. It's 2021, man. The election's over.
And was falsely legitimized.
Okay, Trump 2024. There we go.
By
Thank
pundits for their political and economic interests.
Okay, thank you.
Responding to criticism by claiming fake
I just want
news
logical
is a strategy
consistency,
of
okay?
non-engagement, dismissing lies and misdeeds by claiming that they never happened. Trump
Here's how
supporters
Bernie
don't
can
have to
still win.
interrogate thousands upon thousands of lies because they only have to believe one lie. The big lie. The one that tells them that everything negative said about Trump is false, that criticism of Trump is not legitimate, but the result of Trump derangement syndrome. The most pervasive and most relevant aspect of the false reality in early 2021 is the mistaken belief that Trump actually won the 2020 election and that Joe Biden and the Democratic Party have subverted the will of the American people, somehow changing millions of votes. The evidence of this fraud is nearly non-existent, reliant on anonymous figures with nothing tangible but a platform in conservative media. Nearly every lawsuit has been dismissed, partly due to lack of evidence, and these lawsuits were dismissed in part by conservative judges, appointed by Republican presidents. It's not bias.
It was literally her,
There's just no evidence. Nothing. Trump claimed that looking at his crowds, he should have won because Biden did not draw crowds. This argument played well with supporters who regularly attended his crowds in a seeing is believing kind of sense. However, crowd size does not equal voter turnout, and Biden simply opted not to have many rallies for obvious health concerns during the pandemic. It was dangerously irresponsible of Trump to hold his rallies. Trump said that the Dominion machines regularly turned out false results, which has been debunked, and a variety of other harebrained theories that originated predominantly on social media. With this in mind, it is undeniable that Joe Biden won the 2020 presidential election, and this reality is not dependent on our preference. Nevertheless, due to the pre-constructed false reality, centuries of Americans being told that the president is a trustworthy authority, and a right-wing media apparatus that saw ratings, an uncomfortably large portion of the population has accepted this obvious nonsense.
So many of these types of like video essays could just be audio essays.
Power grab. To believe otherwise would mean deconstructing their false reality that has given them so much comfort. There's just like a guy doing a soy face. To them, believing that Joe Biden simply won the election has greater consequences than merely accepting a Democrat will be president. Democrats have certainly been president before. Believing Joe Biden won the election not only means believing Trump lost, but also believing that Trump has been lying to them about the fraud. After years of living in a false reality, coming to terms with everything they knew to be a lie is too traumatic to consider. With this trauma staring them in the face, Trump's supporters have retreated even further into their false reality. And the further inside they go, the more convinced they are that Trump is right. And the more convinced they are that Trump is right, the more they feel justified taking any action that supports Trump. Because supporting Trump means fighting back against the coming trauma of realizing that their entire worldview, everything they believed in, was wrong. On December 19th, after weeks of falsely claiming that he won the election, Donald Trump declared that there must be a wild protest to stop the certification of Joe Biden. His supporters began calling the event just that. The attendance of the rally and the insurrection of the Capitol was organized predominantly through alternative social media platforms like Parler and Telegram, as well as message boards like 4chan and 8kun. On the night before the
Which again, just should give you the lesson of like, that's not a good way of doing
America
that.
Wild rally in Washington, D.C., activists protested outside.
8kun, K-U-N. 8chan got taken down because the like cloud hosting thing or whatever abandoned them because there was some terrorist attack that it was inspired and built off of 8kun. 8kun is where it's owned by Jim Watkins. It's where most of like the QAnon drops come from.
At the home of Senator Josh Hawley
it's a different
of Missouri.
Japanese honorific.
Hawley was one of the loudest Republican supporters of
It wasn't. I believe there was on 8kun some sort of child pornography stuff, but that wasn't the line. I think it was the Christchurch stuff. Yeah.
Fraud allegation. Hawley took to the.
Jim Watkins is the most ridiculous human being ever. Absurd, because like he is QAnon, by the way. Jim Watkins. He writes them. He runs 8kun, like he owns the hash code or whatever for QAnon or for Q. And yet you look at his like YouTube channel, for instance, and he gets like 200 views. Like he wants to be this like conservative, like, you know, think piece person or whatever. And running QAnon, he can't break more than 300 views on his YouTube videos. Or not Ace. Am I Jim Watkins? Did I say Ace? Jim Watkins is Q. Yeah, pretty much. It's not proven, but there's no like. It's him and his son that do the Q stuff. It's likely that it's changed hands over time. That originally it wasn't him, but he's definitely taken the code or whatever. Ace Watkins was the pretend gamer president. Yeah. Yeah. No, Watkins is. In terms of the only person that could be Q, it's Watkins, yeah. It's the Watkins father and son.
The media, claiming that those gathered were Antifa and that they were threatening his family. However, the entire protest was recorded and Hawley's claims
Ron
were
Watkins
disproved.
Stuff was so absurd.
Republicans often use Antifa as their boogeyman and exaggerate.
Is this the official QA position? I think so. It's the trip code for Q. Yeah, he has the trip code. I think so. I think you should probably ask. I think Travis would be the one who knows the most about the specifics of who potentially Q is. I'm fairly certain he says that it's Jim. It's relatively common knowledge. I think he does, right? I think I heard that from him.
What anti-fascist counter-protesting actually is. Remember that for later. On the morning of January 6th, thousands of Trump supporters flooded Washington, D.C., many of them there to protest and to see Donald Trump speak, many of them there to storm the Capitol, but all with the goal of stopping Joe Biden from being certified as the next president.
We can.
A variety of far-right groups attended the rally. The Proud Boys, a neo-fascist, men-only collection of modern-day brown shirts and Donald Trump's unofficial armed militia. In the days prior, their leader had been arrested for participating in the vandalization of a church, as well as weapons charges, and the Proud Boys were obviously riled up about that.
Ron probably
also attending were the Three Percenters, which is a far-right militia. Nationalist Social Club, an explicitly neo-Nazi organization, specifically NSC 131, QAnon
wait, it's like Antisocial Club, but they're Nazis. Antisocial Social Club or whatever. Again, it's a brand reference. That's what your fascism is. It's a reference to a brand.
Conspiracy theorists and, quite frankly, a number of police officers. Not undercover police officers hoping to quell a riot, but simply law enforcement in support of Donald Trump.
That was the North Face
logo? This was confirmed by Politico. It is important not to underestimate the danger this posed, not only because of which groups were there, but because a great number of those attending were armed. On the morning of January 6th, Donald Trump gave a speech in which he said he would never concede, repeating his lie that the election was fraudulent and that his supporters should march to the United States Capitol, where they were about to certify the Electoral College votes. Republican Congressman Mo Brooks spoke at the rally, saying, "Today is the day American patriots start taking down names and kicking ass." Republican Congressman Madison Hawthorne also spoke at the rally, declaring, "This crowd has some fight." Once again, bear in mind that Trump and his cronies were telling all of this to avowed fascists,
He was at the RNC, right?
neo-Nazis, conspiracy theorists, and militias.
You guys remember that?
Rudy Giuliani then slithered onto the stage and told the crowd that this must be decided by a trial.
Yeah, he was the one who, it's Dr. Strangelove. Two people helped him stand or whatever. And he was like, I stand for the flag, liberals, you have no excuse. And it was just the most absurd display of patriotism.
By combat. And that is what happened. After years of fomenting hatred, beginning his campaign by calling Mexicans rapists, then double downing on it in the media, calling white supremacist marchers...
Oh yeah, that dude was a Nazi, like a literal Nazi. He was at the Eagle's Nest, and he's like, just checking this out.
Very fine people, siding with fascist groups like the Proud Boys, and creating a false reality around himself. Trump sparked a violent insurrection into the United States Capitol. 5 people are dead. It could have been a lot worse. In addition to many of the insurrectionists being armed, 11 homemade bombs were found in a truck parked near the Capitol, and at least 2 pipe bombs were found on the scene and removed before they could explode. Some insurrectionists brought zip ties in order to take hostages.
It's hard to know. It's hard to know if how absurd it got was already a fluke, or if it's really or if it could have had the imminent tendency to be way worse, and we're super lucky it didn't get way worse.
The latest reporting is that many insurrectionists were there to capture or kill Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and Mike Pence. The only reason no congressmen or senators were killed or taken hostage is because many of the buildings on Capitol Hill have underground evacuation tunnels that connect to one another. This was not a protest. This was not simply trespassing. And it was not even merely a riot. Civil disobedience is not always bad if the intentions and goals are just.
I think the discussion of the word
This was
is
not
pointless.
civil disobedience. This was an active, violent attempt to force the loser of an election to remain in power through terrorism.
Again, it implies a coherent plan by the whole group, or at least a decent proportion of the group, as opposed to a couple people in the crowd who had some intention to do this, and others who sort of just showed up because Trump told them to.
According to reports, Trump's administration initially refused to send in the National Guard to retake the Capitol.
The distinction doesn't actually matter.
This is still a developing story at the time of writing, but signs point to Vice President Pence eventually making that call, regardless of his authority to do so. Aides to Donald Trump have said that he was very happy about the storming of the Capitol. He was excited and pleased that this happened.
Oh yeah, of course he was.
Let's be perfectly clear. If these insurrectionists were not white, there would have been greater security in the first place, as there was at the Lincoln Memorial in preparation for a Black Lives Matter protest not long ago. The application of the police against people of color is consistently different than the application of the police against...
Well, because it's the application of the police against the police, as opposed to the application of the police against
white people
Black
in the
Lives
United
Matter.
States. And if anyone has ever thought otherwise, remember January 6th, 2021. Once the dust settled, the insurrectionists took selfies with police officers, and nearly all of them were gently escorted outside of the Capitol. Trump made a short video right after the incident that he inspired, praising the violent insurrectionists, stating, "We love you.
Very special.
You're very special."
It's so fucking, like, edible. I'm turning into Britta from Community. It's like he's their dad.
Said by the President of the United States about
"You're very special. You did a very good job."
Domestic terrorists. Trump suggested his supporters may as well go home, a passing comment in an address that still praised terrorism. The video finally broke Twitter, as they took the unprecedented action of removing it.
I saw the thing about the Congress people saying the panic buttons were ripped off. That is an interesting development, but I think someone in chat said something like it was probably like the cops who participated in it / allowed it to happen were like, well, yeah, we're gonna do this. You know, we want to let them in. You know, it's help Donald Trump do whatever he wants to do. Oh, that's funny. So maybe he isn't for impeachment. I mean, incredible reductio ad absurdum. You king of logic. Suggests that George Washington may face a post-presidential impeachment for owning slaves. Where does it stop? I would say that owning people is bad. I don't know. Just a hot take. Yeah, it's not quite. Yeah, accidental left, all that shit.
Too late, Jack. Later in the day, the House and Senate reconvened to certify Joe Biden as the next president. Many Republican congressmen and senators continued spreading their lie about the election, even though this lie was what caused armed insurrectionists to storm their building and threatened to cause harm or death to their colleagues.
Oh yeah, that guy who did like the power fist or whatever to the crowd like 2 hours before this.
Republicans who had been beating this particular drum backed down under the circumstances, but many did not. Senator Hawley, caught in a lie less than 24 hours ago, crawled out from under his desk and continued his erroneous accusations. Ted Cruz trumpeted his nonsense for all to hear. He wants to be the next Trump. Praising
and he can't be. He can't be. No one likes fucking Ted Cruz. There's a reason Trump won the 2016 or 2015, oh yeah, I guess 2016 GOP race, and Ted didn't. Because no one fucking likes Ted.
For all to hear. He wants to be the next Trump. Praising Mitt Romney is physically hard for me to do, but in fairness, he did make one good point while standing against his Republican colleagues. Another recount, audit, or investigation would be pointless because there is no amount of evidence that will ever convince people who believe in Donald Trump. The false reality will always color everything that they see and all the evidence that they receive. The certification went long into the night until it finally concluded. Some in the media are still hung up on whether or not to call what happened on January 6th an attempted coup and whether or not to call them terrorists. Whether one considers the events of January 6th a violent coup by domestic terrorists attended by provable white supremacists and fascists designed to interrupt or change the lawful democratic process, or a violent insurrection by far-right militias attended by provable white supremacists and fascists designed to interrupt or change the lawful democratic process, is not particularly salient. Everything else in the description is still accurate, no matter how charitably one views the events of that day.
Attended by white supremacist fascists, designed to interrupt or change the lawful democratic process. I guess that's fine.
Designed to interrupt or change the lawful democratic process.
I mean, I'm still of the opinion that the majority of the crowd were just fucking stupid. Like, they didn't have an objective, or they didn't have a coherent position other than Trump told them to be there and they wanted to go there. And I haven't seen a meaningful demonstration elsewhere otherwise. Like, it wasn't a large-scale plot as if it's like even the beer hall putsch.
Process is not particularly salient. Everything else in the description is still accurate, no matter how charitably.
They're not even pawns. That's the thing. Trump didn't have a plan. Trump wasn't playing chess. For them to be pawns, that means Trump is playing chess.
One views the events of that.
Which, of course, again, like, there were definitely those who participated who wanted to do violent insurrection, who explicitly wanted to harm, like, probably Mike Pence, McConnell, and AOC were probably the three main ones. That's pretty clear.
The description is still accurate, no matter how charitably one views the events of that day.
Yeah, Pelosi, yeah, those are the four, I guess.
Conservative media and Trump supporters who were not present engaged in a cognitive dissonance, declaring that the people who violated...
The fact the National Guard was not allowed to be deployed? Well, that was Trump, right? Wasn't that Trump literally didn't want the guard to be called on his fans? Right? Because I know some people's reaction to that was like, oh, it's definitely a coup. The National Guard isn't being called. Like, when it was happening. And also, D.C. isn't a state, so it's harder to do that type of shit. But yeah, the reading I had as it was happening was like, well, no, Trump just doesn't want the National Guard to be called on his boys. Trump thought the guard would look bad. Yeah. That's the good way of putting it. Because he wants to look good. He wants people to like him.
Violently stormed the United States Capitol were brave patriots, and that this was only
Yeah, I guess I don't agree with the sentiment that it was objectively a plot to overthrow democracy. Because I don't see that in, like, it's... I guess I wonder what proportion of them are implicated in those, like, explicit plans in relation to, like, you know, not Ziplocs, of, like, taking hostages and, like, IEDs, etc. Because I would imagine it was a relatively small amount to them, or they would have done it. Or it would have happened. It's definitely less zip ties, thank you. I think it's less than 10%. Named over 100 people, and there was, what, like 10,000 people there? You know, like, I don't know. I think some of them definitely tried, and they were definitely inspired by Trump and the nothings that Trump said about it, and assumed that the role they had was to help do the coup for him and make him God Emperor. But I still think that's incoherent with my analysis. AOC said she was seconds away from being caught by the protesters.
The right...
Oh, right, I was going to watch that, but then I missed it. Okay.
Says, it was a good thing that we did, and if it was bad, it wasn't us anymore. Imagine thinking some outside agitator has more influence over the supporters of Donald Trump.
I guess that makes sense. Because they had to, like, go into that fucking secret tunnel. I guess that's possible. I think that's still coherent with, like, it not being this large-scale conspiracy. But cops just, like, being in on it because they like Trump. I mean, maybe I'll be wrong. Here's the thing. If nothing is revealed about this outside of, like, what we basically already know, if there isn't, like, a coup... Or, like, if there isn't a plot that is discovered about it, then I feel like my analysis is fine to make. It's the point in which my analysis is objectively wrong is when there is a large scale, like, organized plan that related to the removing of the panic buttons, the police letting people in, even something that's potentially close to Donald Trump. That related to, let's say, physically harming Congresspeople. But I think for the most part, all of this can be analyzed with the cops as, like, doing shit on an individual level, individual affiliations with Donald Trump, and with wanting the protest against his presidency being overturned. You know, with the quote-unquote illegitimate election results, they were sympathetic and they wanted to stop that. I think that's the level for most of the cops that allowed it to happen.
than Donald Trump himself. As if Donald Trump was not calling for this. As if Donald Trump just happened to be the name on all of their flags.
Why does it matter? In a certain sense, it doesn't. Call him like Tom. Like it's Tom. Thank you for the 6 months in advance with the tier 1. Thank you so much. I guess the real reason it matters is the question of how coherent it was. Was there an actual plan that most of the protesters acted upon? Because I think the answer to that is still no. Like, is there an imminent threat? Was there potentially an imminent threat of like the overthrow of the government, for instance?
All cops are bad cops.
Gosh, thank you for the tier 1. Yeah, nothing Trump does is coherent. And I think that if there is a demonstration that it was a coherent plan, and that it almost did actually happen, would show that I was wrong, right?
This was briefly circulated by an erroneous article in the Washington Times about facial recognition software, but it was quickly debunked by the corporation that makes the software. The Washington Times has since taken down the article. The insurrectionists were not revolutionaries or anarchists. They were not raging against the machine. They were raging in favor of the machine. It would be very helpful.
They were the machine. They were cops.
If the media could simply look up what the word anarchism actually means. The insurrectionists...
I love me some anarchist cops.
...were not trying to dismantle the state and create a society without unjust hierarchies.
This impeachment is the height of cancel culture.
So true, Lucid. Thank you for the year. If you do not follow Lucid Fox on Twitch, you should. Shout out to Lucid. I hope you're doing well.
Fascist president in power. Let's be clear. The ludicrous notion that protesting injustice and protesting justice are the same, that the radical left and the radical right have similar goals, that being anti-fascist is the same as being fascist, and that the fascists are not fascists is not true. Fascists and their enablers prefer to downplay fascist activities like the events of January 6th, often by citing the failure of the fascists. If the fascists failed to accomplish their goal, then their attempt is hand-waved away. This is designed to provide cover for fascism in the present, as well as allow further attempts in the future, until they win. So, what lessons have we learned from this tragedy, and what do we do now?
I think that's clear.
Well, one lesson is that if people carefully explain, day after day, year after year, the dangers of a growing fascist movement...
But also, by the way, like... if they had caught AOC, does that make Donald Trump the God Emperor? Like, what is the, like, is there a capacity for them to strong-arm Congress into, like, I mean, I guess the worry is that, like, a lot of Congress is found and, like, killed by the crowd.
In the United
then Donald Trump becomes the God
States
Emperor
by citing historical example after historical example and how these examples parallel what is happening.
If they got Pence and Pelosi, it ends line of succession. Yeah, I'm under the assumption that if there was more violence towards it, like if it had gotten worse, that Trump would be in even more shit. That he couldn't have meaningfully seized the apparatus of the state.
Today, maybe take them seriously next time. Because the uncomfortable truth is that there will be a next time. This is not over when Trump leaves office. The false reality cannot be so easily deconstructed. They don't want to deconstruct.
AOC said we came close to half of Congress nearly dying.
Deconstructing the false reality all at once would be too traumatic for them. So it's not happening anytime soon. Fascism will outlive Trump, which means we have to outmaneuver fascism. A lot of satisfied people with nothing to lose tell counter-protesters to stay home because it will only embolden the fascists. But if you ask any counter-protest organizer, that is quite literally the opposite effect. When fascist groups organize and announce a rally, counter-protesters announce...
Are people saying there shouldn't be counter-protesters to
themselves
fascists?
As the opposition. And generally speaking, one of two things happen. Either the fascists chicken out and cancel the rally altogether, or the rally goes ahead but with far fewer fascists than expected. The opposition, the counter-protest, ends up outnumbering the fascists, and they are demoralized and defeated. Fascism is a cult of strength, and appearing weak is
like the goals of it are incoherent.
Only sin. When Richard Spencer got punched only once, it
he
ruined
stopped
his
appearing.
image with other fascists.
He stopped
and
appearing
when
in places.
counter-protesters began to outnumber his people at rallies,
Yeah,
he
literally.
soon disappeared until he tried and failed to rebrand himself as a Biden supporter, something laughed at and rejected by the right, the left, and Biden himself. When fascist organizer Jason Kessler planned Unite the Right 2 in Washington, D.C. a few years.
I mean, I disagree with some of this, but I'll still link it, of course. What I'll say to the nearly half of Congress almost died, assuming it isn't hyperbole, is that first off, I doubt that. I mean, again, what I was saying before is that if there's no way to demonstrate that it was a meaningful plan, and that if it was just literally like individual cops being fucking sympathetic to Trump, being like, yeah, we're gonna let him in, we're gonna let them all in, then I think my analysis still stands. Again, that it's like it was just incoherent stochastic violence. The incoherent stochastic violence would have been larger, of course.
So Wednesday, as we know, was the president, frankly, assisted by members of Congress.
I mean, I will also say, AOC is in a position to, and this is smart politically, to speak it up.
Incited an attack on the United States Capitol. This is known as an act of insurrection, an act of sedition. And frankly, he is a traitor to our country, a traitor to the United States. As for myself, I had a pretty
she's a smart political actor.
Traumatizing event happened to me. And I do not know if I can even disclose the full details of that event due to security concerns, but I can tell you that I had a very close encounter where I thought I was going to die. And you have all of those thoughts where, at the end of your life, and all of these thoughts come rushing to you. And that's what happened to a lot of us on Wednesday. And I thought I did not know if I was going to make it to the end of that day alive. And not just in a general sense, but also in a very, very specific sense. Wednesday was an extremely traumatizing event. And it is not an exaggeration to say that many, many members of the House were nearly assassinated. It's just not an exaggeration to say that at all. We were very lucky that things happened within certain minutes that allowed members to escape the House floor unharmed. But many of us nearly and narrowly escaped death. And it's also extremely traumatizing. And what was also traumatizing was how unsettling that day was, because there was a sense that something was wrong. And obviously with the violence, but there was a sense that something was wrong from the inside.
Okay. I mean, if that remains vague, I will say that my analysis still stands.
So when...
I mean, she could be playing it up because, again, it makes her political enemies look bad, but I'm sure it genuinely was traumatizing. That still can be reasonably explained by the stochastic incoherent violence, though. Calvin Caffrey, thank you for the Jeff Bezos bucks. I still strongly doubt that there was a larger scale conspiracy to assassinate, it would be both conservative and liberal and, or Democrat and Republican congresspeople. But I mean, I guess it's not impossible. Who would have done it? Because it clearly is not being done by Trump. Can we ban? Oh, I accidentally removed the ban. Fuck. Oops. Yeah. Was that supposed to be like a swastika? It didn't work on my screen. Well, it didn't. Oh, okay. I thought it was just like a tic-tac-toe thing. It was like red and okay. Didn't work. 0 out of 10. It was scuffed as always. So I think several people brought zip cuffs to an incoherent stochastic terrorist attack. Yes. Is there zip? That's like a. How is that an own? You know how expensive zip cuffs are? Not particularly. That's the thing. I think most of the people who were at that crowd had no fucking clue about any of that. They showed up because like Trump told them to. And I don't think Trump thought that would happen. That's my genuine belief. He's not confident enough to have done a large scale conspiracy to like assassinate, you know. Oh, I know what that is. That's obvious. They try to make it subtle where it's like, no, I'm just calling you my man in the gender neutral way. And it's very bad at doing it subtly. Like the subtle misgender. Yeah, that he certainly intended intimidation, probably. But again, like, yeah. And you know, I will say the way that I'm wrong is if it does come out that there was some sort of larger scale conspiracy that involved those like even Republicans who were working at the Capitol building. Okay, several Congress Democrats. I saw this claim. They were what, like toured around beforehand? I mean, yeah, if anything comes out of this, then I guess I'm wrong. I still don't understand how that would have actually like done a coup. Because I guess what was the thing that was articulated was that Caddington Onber, I think. Thank you for this tier 1. Because someone was saying like, well, you would end the line of succession by like killing all of the people who are after Trump or whatever. But that doesn't seem like it makes sense. It doesn't seem like eliminating some members of the of Congress wouldn't have changed the government form. It would have just made the crackdown far more brutal. Or far more like, because, you know, of course it would. Stochastic terrorism is just terrorism. Well, yeah, I mean, of course. What does terrorism mean? Yeah. Because technically, I mean, I guess the point the point I brought up before is that the real use of the word terrorism is like an actor or a group of actors opposing a state and doing so violently. The explicit definition isn't that. But that's how it's used, and in which case, yeah, that's terrorist movement. That makes sense. That's how states use the word, and that's how it's become used. So I guess it is terrorism. That's true. You can view terror as a strategy too, I guess. Well, I guess the use of the word stochastic terrorism would to imply that there's no sort of greater plan or goal in relation to it. That's certainly what I say when I use the word stochastic violence. Regardless of all of this, by the way, even if my impulses about it not being a coup when it was happening is wrong, there's nothing that's gonna happen after that. I guess in a certain sense, and I'm sort of defending this because I like being right about things and predicting things, but it doesn't affect. This January 6th was going to be Trump's burning down the Reichstag. I don't understand how that's possible though. Because the point of the burning down of the Reichstag fire, was like, well, we'll blame it on the communists and say like, oh, because our nation is under threat, we need to do national security acts, you know. But Trump would do that? Trump inspired it. Trump inspired the protest. How could he be like, well, we need national security now? Yeah, isn't that what they're already doing? I mean, not explicitly, because there's still, you know, the liberal democratic system is still running. But the analogy is lost because it implies that Trump would have taken power from that. They already claimed Antifa did it. Trump didn't. First off, Trump didn't claim that. That was Q people because Trump disavowed it and because it looked bad. No one would have fucking believed. They couldn't have done that. They couldn't have meaningfully had that as a narrative that would have like worked. It's not enough. No, you couldn't possibly have convinced. And again, this is like a forceful overthrow of the liberal democratic system. No, the Antifa thing was a desperate last attempt. It wasn't like Trump like, I'm gonna cause this and I'm gonna allow them to come in and I'm gonna allow them to do violence and then I'm gonna say that it was Antifa. Because again, Trump didn't have a plan. That's a lazy historical comparison. Stop comparing this to shit that Hitler does. It's ahistorical. The dude walking around the zip ties wanted to stop the voting. Yeah, probably. That makes sense. Does it have to be a convincing talking point? Are you implying that like that's what they were trying initially? Like Trump was like, I'm gonna get my protesters to go out there and then fucking, you know, do all of this shit. I'm gonna make sure that they're let in to the Capitol Hill, and then they're gonna, you know, and then they're gonna do violence to some Congress people, and then I'm gonna say that they're Antifa. And then say, because they're Antifa, we need me in power to protect us against Antifa. Are you saying that's Trump's plan? Because that's ridiculous. That's fucking ridiculous. That's absurd. You see how people reacted to what happened now that in the situation in which no Congress people died? You think that you think Trump would be in a better position if some of them had died? No, Trump would be in fucking prison right now. You know, they would have already impeached him and he would be in jail. You know, like. Yeah, the plan was like to delay the vote, vaguely, which doesn't make sense because you're just going to delay the vote and then it's going to happen. There was never a plan. Again, like, to try to pretend like Trump was playing 5-dimensional chess here and that 5-dimensional chess plan could have happened is ridiculous. Who would have impeached if the Democrats were dead? So you think Trump's explicit plan was to kill all of the Democrats? I'm sorry, that doesn't... I'm sorry, I don't believe that. I guess because it's like, it turns into Q shit. Where it's like Trump is playing 5D chess. He actually secretly has a plan. It's just the plan is worrying. When in reality, I said this shit in November, Trump doesn't have a plan. He's a fucking idiot. He had Rudy Giuliani was his top fucking advisor for the top lawyer for his campaign. Our top lawyer to like protest the results, Rudy Giuliani. Yeah, it wasn't a coup. Oh, I guess it was. The word is sort of pointless. It's sort of again, it's an empty signifier. I have no meaningful way to. I have no understanding that like it was a self coup. That's like the Spanish word, right? I mean, I guess he was trying to do that. I guess that technically works, insofar as like the only way you could possibly have imagined anything happening in Trump's goal was like, we're gonna delay the confirming of Joe Biden so that his actual plan could work. I guess technically, sure. It doesn't really change anything, does it? Yeah, Trump is not playing AT chess. It's should not project onto him intelligence. And I mean, he's certainly, again, the thing I was talking about before of like the weird decentralized fascism almost, where the fascistic ethos isn't even created by the leader necessarily. It's inspired by the leader, and you see this with QAnon, and like the people want to be ruled so much that they create an ethos of him being like the God Emperor. And those people were like, okay, yeah, we're doing a coup for Donald Trump. We're going to do it. Maybe some of them believed like Day of the Rope stuff, that they were going to like, assassinate Congress people or whatever. Certainly, sure. That's the guy with the zip ties or whatever. That's definitely true. But I think that was a very low majority in the crowd. And I don't think Trump himself thought that would happen. Right? Is that coherent, I guess? And again, the question is like, if Trump didn't even fucking begin to think about it, is it make it a coup? He sort of implied that they were gonna. Technically, it's a coup, I guess, but it seems to be a pedantic discussion. Yeah, there's no coherent set of plans because, again, I think the majority of people who showed up did so, and we see this. Krista, one of my mutuals, had a good post about the lady who was killed by the cop, who is bisexual and poly, by the way. I found out. But you see her Twitter accounts. Where is it? I'm scrolling. This was a while ago. Wow, Krista posts a lot. I linked this before. But you can see like the average sort of phenomenal view of the world by these Trump. Here we go. By these Trump people, it's like, retweet January 6th, see you in DC, biggest protest rally in Washington DC. Nowhere in hell is President Trump asking millions to come to DC to watch him concede or lose. On my way, see you soon. And so they're like, oh, well, Trump has a plan. Clearly he has a plan. Wow, he's actually going to get a second term. And he says it's super important for us to show up on the 6th. So, of course, we're going to show up. We're going to trust the plan. And that's it. That's the only through line in the entire fucking entire protest was that set of opinions. Like, I don't know what's happening. I don't have a plan. But Trump has a plan, and he wants us to be here. So I'll be here. And the different array of people who believe in Trump develop different things as a result of that. Do you think Trump is guilty of inciting riots? I'm not a fucking lawyer. But we stream for at least another half hour. I don't know why. Q people expected Trump to give more details of the plan once they got to the Capitol. Yeah, exactly. Right? Because they don't know, like... Want to do a prediction? I don't know. It's fine. What's the prediction? Labeling a coup or not is very pedantic. Because the initial reason I wanted to push back against the label coup is because it implies that there was like a coherent plan for Donald Trump to end American democracy and take over of some way. Continue to have power or whatever. And the way I respond to that is he didn't have a plan. Maybe he wanted it and had some sort of vague idea of like people supporting me would help, but that's it. There was no secret like, oh, okay, we'll block the doors and then allow them in and then see what they'll do with then they'll have free access to all these Congress people. I think it's literally a movement that Donald Trump stoked and like didn't in a certain sense didn't actually understand because he's eating shit as a result of this. And it spiraled literally out of his control or understanding because he's a fucking idiot. What's the worst case scenario? I mean, I guess, what is it? Like, a certain number of Congress people dying? AOC said it's possible that half of Congress would have died, and I think she's probably being hyperbolic to make Trump look bad because, that's probably a smart idea. But I guess I wasn't fucking there. So I guess it's half of Congress dying. But again, she's probably being hyperbolic. That wouldn't have resulted in Trump gaining power. He would have ate shit. Another chud before the end of the stream. Oh shit. It's smart political framing, absolutely. But yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, they wouldn't. That is another question of like, did the people in the crowd want to kill them? And it's like I understand the fear that would of the potential of that. And then the other question is what portion of the crowd genuinely did want to physically harm Congresspeople? Because I would probably also argue that it's pretty low. But you don't need that many people to physically harm someone. Do you think it's possible his handlers did? I don't think so. They're abandoning him, right? Also, who is his handlers? Is handlers the deep state? Intelligence agency? The intelligence agency doesn't want Trump to continue being in power. Yeah, Q, you're right. I guess it was Q that handled it. I mean, Q's pretty incompetent. Wow. By the way, also, when I first had the take or whatever that it's not a big deal, was already when everyone had been evacuated from Congress. After people had been evacuated from Congress and everyone and it was everyone knew that every congressperson was fine, people were still saying that it's a coup in progress and that it's going to happen. And that they're going to take over still and that it's a threat. So I think there's definitely more to this people's belief that American democracy was imminently about to end than simply there was a risk of physical harm for Congresspeople. Yeah. I don't know. I guess this sort of doesn't matter. Yeah, they broke into the special building and they sat in the fancy chairs. They desecrated the American Temple of Democracy. Again, my position is still that like Trump himself is actually lucky that no congressperson was harmed, because it would have been way fucking worse for him. And, not that I think that, not that I'm particularly not that happening would be the worst for Trump specifically. There would be far more negative repercussions for that. But it wouldn't result in Trump taking over. In a real coup, there would have been more armed protesters. They would have acted a lot quicker. They would have gotten a hold of the politicians. Yeah. They would have, and they probably would have had some knowledge of, the place where they went. Yeah, he'd be in real fucking shit if a congressperson died, as opposed to being closer to take power. Which, again, fundamentally, he didn't have a plan. Because he's a fucking idiot. Yeah. In the stream right now. How is the bet? So the bet is another chud before the end of the stream. Most people say no. Some people say yes. 63,000 channel points on yes. And 100,000 on no. And regardless, the threat is gone as well. I think we probably won't know anything beyond what we pretty much know now. I don't think that any major conspiracy will be revealed. I think it'll probably be fairly open-ended. Yeah. I won't end the stream yet. That would be funny, though. Yeah. Let's watch this.
Here is Laura Boebert. She is the one who was packing heat in her ad that she put out for herself in Washington, D.C. Also refused to go through the metal detectors
So funny.
That were installed in Congress.
She had an incident.
There is a genuine concern amongst
this ridiculous
some of these Congress people that other Congress people, probably people like Laura Boebert, are feeding information to some of these insurrectionists.
That was Ocasio-Cortez's concern. She said she feared for her life in that safe room because of some of the QAnon Congress people that are surrounding her and packing heat.
Exactly. And here's the reality. Regardless of what the laws are in Washington, D.C., in terms of carrying a weapon, Congress has the ability to make any rule about what members do when they go through the
if someone wants to end the stream, you can do with a million posting points.
Congress has the ability to make rules about decorum, et cetera, et cetera. You don't have all your First Amendment rights in that house.
I know, and wasn't it cops asking them to go through?
Yeah,
wow. Sounds like some disrespect for law enforcement, man.
Here's Lauren Boebert.
Everybody's jumping on this bandwagon. Anything that President Trump is for, they're coming against, including Second Amendment right. I mean, what recourse do you see the American people, what can they do with our representatives in Congress and our senators to help this not pass?
Always call your senators and your representative with the concerns that you have, or even if you're in support of what they're doing, let them know that. I know firsthand that really does.
I wonder
mean
what level
a lot
of cynical
to the
she
people who are
is,
here in Washington,
and how much she really
to hear from
believes
the
that
folks
shit.
That are home. But we've seen Democrats for nearly a year normalize violence. It's very unfortunate that they have shown that rioting and looting and violence is an effective tool to advance an agenda. We have Democrat legislators who have been calling for violence. I have a list of 25 quotes from legislators and celebrities who are actually calling and supporting and condoning and endorsing these acts.
I mean,
celebrities, right? Like if Cardi B says something, kind of the same thing as a QAnon supporting congresswoman.
This is like the Tim Pool assessment. On one hand, you have the Speaker of the House, calling for something. On the other hand, you have the woman who played Grace in Will and Grace. So, you know.
Yeah, and my favorite Trump-era Republican tactic, and maybe it goes further back too, but I've just been noticing it more, is I have a list, like, you know, holding up papers. We have a list.
Exactly.
I have a list of 25 quotes right here, right. Can you? Of course, they're not going to ask.
Well, they're from mostly celebrities.
Bill
And
too, been paying me
read the
10
magazine.
months.
Read the quotes, because I have a quote for you. What happened an hour before 5 people died at the Capitol? Rudy Giuliani said, "Let's do trial by combat." Right. What could that have meant?
Let's continue.
Want to do quotes?
Of course, he meant to directly fight the voting machines.
Who have been calling for violence. I have a list of 25 quotes from legislatures and celebrities who are actually calling and supporting and condoning and endorsing these acts of violence. And it's very unfortunate that we've got there here in the United States of America. But we hear the Democrats saying that they are calling for unity. Well, their actions certainly are not calling for unity. Not when they're putting together this.
To be clear, like this is right after the Capitol Hill protest.
Ready for TV impeachment.
This is right after.
They're running the American people through again, further dividing our country. They are limiting our freedom of speech. They are canceling our platforms. They say if we don't like Twitter's terms and conditions, then go somewhere else. And so
AOC, of course, runs Twitter,
and we all get on Parler and communicate there. Well, now Parler is banned, and so it certainly isn't a call for unity to silence half of the population. There are more than 70 million people right now who feel like this.
This verbal diarrhea
Parler
is
not
exhausting.
banned. By no definition, there is no entity that banned Parler.
Parler got
Amazon
canceled.
Web servers had
It got
told
canceled.
Parler apparently for months, and this came out in the lawsuit, that Parler is suing Amazon for
Oh, really?
basically saying, you know, no shoes, no shirt, no service. In this instance, Amazon apparently had said, and I think everybody knows, if I will continue to advocate for the breaking up of Amazon into a million tiny little pieces. But Amazon apparently had told Parler, you need to stop allowing violent threats on your platform. Parler said, we don't have anything like that. And apparently, like, Amazon just said, like, here's 12 just against our own executives that we have of death threats that you are allowing to on your thing. You're not preventing people from doing that. And be clear, Parler are not First Amendment absolutionists. They could they shut down people. They just didn't shut down the death threats that were being sent.
Oh, really? I thought I was under the impression you could like say whatever the fuck you wanted on there.
You know, broadcast on their thing. And so Amazon said, like, oh, well, you're going to issue death threats. Your user going to issue death threats. And you're not going to do anything, but we're going to cut you off. They're not banned.
Yeah.
The Democrats in the House did not ban Parler. That's not what's going on. Like this conflation of, and this is, you know, look,
she
they
just
always
went on a tangent about nothing.
They all, the right does this. They are mad
leftists were getting bans, of course,
because the culture in this country has devalued some of their values, and I guess that sucks. Certainly, this society does not embrace all of the values I wish it did, and that sucks. But I don't say that's the reason why we're going to, armed insurrection in the Capitol. I'm sorry that conservative values are not espoused in your favorite TV show. Like, that must suck. Well, but,
Not familiar with Chris James? You mean not even a show?
CBN.
Yeah,
or whatever.
Time to kill someone, I guess, over that. But like, obviously, I'm not saying that's what she's advocating. She's not the sharpest tool in the shed. Let's be real. I mean, Brendan just said in the chat she gives you young Sarah Palin vibes.
Yeah.
Like, that's absolutely true. It was just this lazy train of conscious.
If you don't follow Not Even a Show, No prank radio on Twitch. Very good stuff, folks.
This nonsense
Very good
where
content.
it's all just cultural crumbs for the base. You know, give them a little bit of sweetness for us. Satisfy their sweet tooth is what I mean to say about the nonsense talking points. I mean, there's no grappling with or even an attempt to spin the insurrection attempt at the Capitol. It's just deflect to Democrats. So like, I don't know what her staying power is, but it is this kind of just
okay, again, this is the last I'll say about it. The only chance that the idea that like, oh, what Trump was banking on was a lot of violence towards Democratic congresspeople, and somehow they would have spared the Republicans who they also equally hate as much, and if not targeted even more potentially, because of the weird recent obsession that like it would establish a new world order or a new order in America in which it would be viewed as actually have been good, right?
Complete attack mode where you don't have to grab.
Because I don't think that's. I don't know if that could have possibly happened.
This is, you know,
I don't think
every
anyone
day
was banking on that.
Once we got out of the sort of the initial shock of what took place in the Capitol, there was a very limited amount of video that was coming from inside the Capitol, right? That we saw. And
because again, the current Republican position is like, we condemn the protests. They were bad. The protests were bad. That's their position. Because they understand how just universally fucking bad it looks.
But more and more,
it would have looked way worse if it went worse.
Keeps leaking out, and more keeps coming out in terms of what different authorities, FBI, the Capitol Police, intelligence, what they were aware of in terms of what the potential threat could be. And the
which
latest
is to say that it's incoherent.
Is
if there can be an active threat of violence and it can still be incoherent. Autopoiesis, thank you for the 100 bits.
How much planning was done beforehand, and how much help the planning got from actual lawmakers. Now, there's a video out there that shows that these people, a group of them, not all of them, not even 1,000 of them, that, you know, you don't need 1,000, right? I mean, when you have like this mass of people who are willing to follow a bunch of people, all you need is 20, 30 who had at least a reasonable awareness of where everything was in the Capitol building. The video purports to show that. We have reports now from Ayanna Pressley's office that where they barricaded in her office, the panic buttons had been all ripped out. Now, that could have happened sort of between the time that people had broken into the Capitol and it took the time it took for Ayanna Pressley's people to go and barricade themselves in there, although it sort of seems a little weird that they would have gone in, ripped this stuff out in that moment and then left the office. But that's possible. But the fact is that people knew that there were even panic buttons in there to look for to rip out.
Yeah.
And they were communicating with maps of the tunnels in the Capitol building.
Maps of the tunnels.
Just
There's supposedly contact information for Ted Cruz's office was found in one of the vehicles that had like weapons and stuff like that.
The Molotov cocktail guy, the suspect.
Yes. I don't see. Okay, I mean, you know, I guess, look, if it comes out that this was secretly a plan by Trump and that he gave them all those fucking, all of that information to, you know, somehow overthrow the government, I guess I get $5 because I bet my friend $5 that Trump would go to jail. So in the end, you know. But to be clear, I don't think it's not looking like I'm getting that $5. I guess you can call it an insurrection. I think the word is, insurrection is a fine word. He has to plan for it to be a failed coup. I guess that's the position I have, sure. I guess it's sort of a proletariat carrot. Thank you for the tier 1. I guess I made up my loss there. What is? I'm confused about this. Insurrection is more applicable, I guess. I heard the use of the word raid. That's good too. Anyways, all the people who voted yes on the prediction are now wrong. Because I'm gonna leave. Thank you all. I'm gonna raid Pot About Lists because they raided me. I guess they're back. They're playing Lego Star Wars. So if you missed my Lego Star Wars stream, yeah. Anyways, see you guys. See you guys on Friday. Yeah. And watch very funny guys podcast about lists. Very hilarious stuff. Yeah. Okay, goodbye.